This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to BDTV Breakfast Show News. I am Bethel Olujobi. First, the headlines. Tinubu pays 85 billion naira ECOWAS community levy. Cash outside bank hit 4.3 trillion naira as CBN warned on scarcity. Nigeria repays $1.22 billion to IMF in 9 months, report says. South Korea's parliament impeaches president over martial law attempt. Usyk vows knockout defeat for Fury in heavyweight rematch. To begin the news, President Bola Tinubu has paid 85 billion naira to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, representing 100% payment for levy owed by Nigeria. Omar Toure, president of the ECOWAS Commission, disclosed this as part of his reports at the ongoing 66th meeting of the ECOWAS in Abuja. He disclosed that the fund represents 100% of the 2023 and 2024 levy up to July this year, adding that this is the first time such will be made in 19 years. Toure, while addressing the heads of states and other participants at the ongoing 66th Ordinary Summit of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government at the State House Abuja, said that the money was paid on Friday, December 13, 2024. According to him, the community levy remittances continue to be slow and a number of countries have fallen behind in their commitment to levy remittances. On his part, President Bola Tinubu said the strength of the Commission is in the unity of its members, noting that the Commission was born out of a shared vision to create a community for citizens. He assured that ECOWAS will resolve the regional crisis through diplomacy, promising to reintegrate Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger Republic back to the Union. Moving on, Nigeria continues to face cash scarcity despite a significant year-on-year increase of 1.59 trillion naira in the amount of currency held outside banks. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria's Money and Credit Statistics shows that a substantial proportion of currency in circulation remains outside the banking system, with more than 90% consistently held outside formal financial institutions in 2024. According to the data, currency outside banks surged to 4.29 trillion naira in October 2024, accounting for 94.3% of the total currency in circulation of 4.55 trillion naira. Despite efforts to promote cashless transactions, the data shows that Nigerians remain deeply reliant on cash, which could hinder the country's push for modernized financial systems. The President, Association of Senior Staff of Banks, Insurance and Financial Institutions, Olusoji Oluwole, attributed the worsening cash shortage across the country to the CBN's inability to meet the cash demands of commercial banks. Meanwhile, the CBN on Friday announced a fine of 150 million naira per branch on deposit money banks found guilty of facilitating the illegal flow of mint naira notes to currency hawkers and unscrupulous agents. Still on, Nigeria has serviced its debt to the International Monetary Fund with not less than $1.22 billion over 9 months. According to data from Debt Management Office's External Debt Service, the payments were made as part of principal repayments for 3 consecutive quarters from Q4 2023 to Q2 2024. The breakdown of the payments shows that $401.73 million was paid in Q4 2023, followed by $409.35 million in Q1 of 2024, and $404.24 million in Q2 2024, amounting to a total of $1.22 billion. As a result of these repayments, Nigeria's debt to the IMF has decreased significantly, dropping from $3.26 billion as of June 2023 to $1.16 billion by June 2024. This reflects a substantial reduction of 64.42% within 1 year. It was earlier reported that the current administration of President Bola Tinubu is expected to pay off a $3.4 billion owed to the International Monetary Fund during his tenure. In April 2020, the IMF disbursed $3.4 billion emergency financial assistance to Nigeria. The loan was approved under the Rapid Financing Instruments by the Executive Board of the IMF on April 28 to address challenges arising from the economic impact of COVID-19 in the country. To end the local news, the People's Redemption Party, PRP, has confirmed that it has initiated discussions with another opposition party, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, on a potential merger ahead of the 2027 general elections. The national chairman of the PRP, Falalu Bello, disclosed this at a joint conference with his ADC counterpart, Raps Nwosu, in Abuja on Friday. This comes 3 days after the ruling All Progressive Congress warned that no merger of the opposition leaders, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, could stop President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The ruling party states this while reacting to the statement made by Atiku's spokesperson Paul Ibe that both his principal and his Labour Party counterparts had learned their lessons in the last general elections and would unite to kick out the ruling party from office. Similarly, some parties under the aegis of the Coalition of United Political Parties and the Social Democratic Party had also expressed readiness for talks of a potential alliance, saying the country needed more than just a coalition of only Atiku and Obi. On the foreign scene, South Korea's parliament has again voted to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol after his short-lived attempt to declare martial law earlier this month. The National Assembly passed the motion after a 204 to 85 vote on Saturday. This is the second National Assembly impeachment vote on Yeol after surviving an impeachment vote, as most ruling party lawmakers boycotted the floor vote. Yeol's presidential powers and duties will be suspended after copies of the impeachment are delivered to him and to the Constitutional Court. Meanwhile, the court has up to 180 days to decide whether to dismiss Yeol as president or restore his powers. If ousted, a national election must be held within 60 days to replace him. Still on the foreign scene, a former football star has become the president of Georgia as the ruling party consolidates its grip on power. Ex-Premier League striker Mikheli Kavalashvili, 53, easily won the votes, giving the Georgian Dream Party's control of a 300-seat electoral college that replaced direct presidential elections in 2017. Georgian Dream retained control of parliament in the South Caucasus nation in an election on October 26 that the opposition alleges was rigged with Moscow's help. Georgia's outgoing president and main pro-Western parties have since boycotted parliamentary sessions and demanded a rerun of the ballots. Now to sports. Alexander Usyk has issued a bold warning to Tyson Fury, promising a more aggressive approach in their highly anticipated heavyweight rematch. The Ukrainian has vowed to go for a knockout in Saturday's showdown at the Kingdom Arena in Saudi Arabia. Usyk made history in May when he handed Fury his first professional defeat, becoming the undisputed heavyweight champion, a feat last achieved by Lennox Lewis in 1999. Now, the Gypsy King is determined to reclaim his titles and avenge that loss at the same venue. Speaking to Mailsport, the 37-year-old Usyk said, "It wasn't me who decided the outcome, but the heavenly virtues," adding that he would knock out Tyson Fury if opportune. Usyk immediately claimed WBA, Super, IBF, WBO, and IBO heavyweight titles by defeating Anthony Joshua in 2021, defending them successfully in a rematch the following year. In August 2023, he retained his belt with a 9th-round knockout of Daniel Dubois before achieving undisputed status in May by dethroning Fury for WBC belts. To end the news, Nigerian Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman has been tipped to win the 2024 CAF Men's Player of the Year award by former Super Eagles head coach Geno Raw. The 2024 awards ceremony will be held at Marrakesh, Morocco, next week Monday. Raw told Foot Africa that he believes Lookman has done enough to be crowned Africa's best player. According to him, Lookman is the overwhelming favorite to win the award following an impressive campaign for club and country. Sarah Gorase, Atraf Hakimi, Rowan Williams and Simon Adingra are the other contenders for the prestigious award. Well, this has been the headlines from BDTV. Don't go away. We'll be right back for the top stories analysis with Zainab.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website, which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at Business Day Intelligence. Business Day Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount, for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at Business Day Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Gaëtan Debuchy, the CEO of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank.
So you won the Microfinance Bank of the Year award. How does it feel for Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank to be winning this award?
It's a big achievement for us, a great day for us. We are very happy to get this award. To be the best microfinance bank of the country is a milestone for all of us.
For the microfinance sector is quite interesting. You see that we have the banks, the fintechs, the microfinance bank. What do you think is something that Advanced Lafayette is doing differently from other microfinance banks?
In Advanced Lafayette, we are making impacts. Each day we are making impacts. We give a loan to a business owner, deposits, health insurance. So our mission, the financial inclusion, our mission is to make impact for the population, the citizen.
What do you have to say to your customers who also have been part of the success of your bank?
Okay, first of all, we provide useful and impactful financial services like loan for business owner, deposit, health insurance. We have also all the channel to be accessible, USSD, mobile app, POS. Yes, this is what we do for our customer. In addition of that, we are customer centric. It's very important for us to be customer oriented, to take care of our customer. We are there all the time for our customer.
Any words for Business Day?
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for this award. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's a price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
Hi, my name is Michael Abiodun Thomas, Managing Director, CEO of United Capital Trustees, and I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to Bafia Awards. You've just won the Trustees Company of the Year. Why do you think that United Capital took away this award?
Okay, yeah, so I think over the years, and over 60 years precisely, we've demonstrated leadership in our industry, generally to private trust clients, to corporate clients, public clients, and also some nationals. And I think what we've done over the year is to evolve and to get better and in our services and the things that we do, which are just excellent things that we run generally across board. This award is coming as a testament to our resilience, our innovation, our ability to grow with our clients decades over decade and watch the evolving state of their businesses or their individual lives change before us. And we are happy to continue to do this.
Awesome. So when we talk about excellence in banking and financial sector, what do you think that every bank can learn from the United Capital?
Yeah, one of our mantras is above and beyond. That doing what you ought to do is not enough. Stretching yourself, going the extra mile for your clients, putting in the extra effort will yield positive results now and much, much later. It's a win-win both for yourself and the company, and more importantly, your stakeholders, your clients, your employees, your board members, everyone putting on brand. That set of mindset, that same attitude to want to be the best and give the best are some of the things that we're happy to continue to demonstrate.
Any words for your customers who certainly we could say there's no bank, there's no company without its customers, its clients. Any words for your customers today?
Yeah, I mean, we are happy to do this with you. We are more than excited to provide the services to you. What do we promise? When the last quarter of 2024, we are repositioning ourselves for a more authentic customer experience kind of service, the kind of one that transcends your expectations in terms of what we deliver. And this is also going to be enabled by cutting-edge technologies, innovations, beautiful assemblies coming in on the ground. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
My name is Adedeji Adekoya, and I'm the head of capital markets of Iron Global Markets Limited.
I know it's a remarkable evening for you, having won the award for Innovative Digital Execution and Investor Relationship Mastery. So what does it mean for you, given that you only just started a couple of years ago at Iron Capital?
Thank you very much. Winning this award it's something very, very, very precious to us at Iron Global. Like you mentioned, we are only about 2 years in existence, working in the Nigeria capital market. And within that short space of time, we've been able to work with numerous clients in various sectors across the Nigeria capital market, insurance, banking, and what have you. So it means a lot to us. Thanks to the promoter and MD of the company, Mr. Jubril Akile, and the support of the board of directors. When we set out, we had that target of being one of the top 10 issuing houses in Nigeria. And within these 2 years, over the last 1 year, we can say we've achieved that. And we look forward to doing more.
What would be some of the milestones you would like to mention? Maybe the top 3 things you say will be the milestones or achievements you accomplished the last 2 years.
If you notice, just some few weeks ago, there was the domestic FG10 US dollar bond that was issued in the market. Iron Global was one of the 2 financial advisors to the DMO on that transaction. And it's a landmark transaction, unprecedented in Nigeria. We are talking of over 900 million US dollars that was raised in the domestic market. And we are very proud to have been an advisor to the federal government on that. And among that, we've also currently, if you notice the banking recapitalization that is ongoing, Iron Global is a co-lead issuing house to Fidelity Bank PLC, and a joint transaction of about 227 billion naira, which is ongoing, and we are proud to be part of that transaction. So those are the few transactions that we can say we've been part of within the short space of time.
Yeah, and what explains this rapid growth, if you like?
Like I mentioned, the vision of the promoter and the CEO, Jubril Akile, and also the vision of the board. When we set out, we said we want to be the top 3 preferred financial advisor in the market. When clients are looking for advisors, when they are looking at number 1, 2, and 3, we want Iron Global to be part of it. So we've assembled a very small but very technical and experienced team. We walk around the cloud and we take our clients very, very, very serious. So we put our clients first to make sure that we've address all their financial needs. So with that at the back of our mind, we are able to deliver very good service to our clients.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dele Adeyinka, the Chief Digital Officer at Polaris Bank. I'm the divisional head in charge of retail, digital, and transaction banking in Polaris Bank.
Very well. Welcome, Mr. Dele Adeyinka. How does it feel to be carting away the award for the Digital Bank of the Year, and as well as the Best Bank for MSMEs of the Year award for Polaris Bank?
Thank you very much. It's exciting for us, and I think I'd like to start by appreciating the organizers, Business Day conferences, for making this possible for the bank. The award in itself, the 2 awards, we're dedicating it to our major stakeholders, our board, management, and the customers who made this possible for us. And of course, a very dedicated set of staff who have worked over the years to make us recognized for this award, and also for ultimately getting awarded with these 2 beautiful awards. By the way, this is the 4th year we're getting these 2 set of awards in a row, and we're very grateful for being counted worthy, having gone through all the appraisal period, and finally getting awarded these beautiful awards.
Getting it for the 4th time in a year says a lot about what you are doing. I mean, if you're doing something consistently and you're getting the award you've gotten in the past years, is it also the award for the Digital Bank of the Year?
Correct.
So what do you think you're doing differently in the banking sector?
So I just think the bank, Polaris Bank, is dedicated to, 1, using technology to fight out there, to compete in the marketplace. We pride ourselves to be a leading digital bank in the industry. To serve these customers, we really know that the best we can do is to use technology to compete out there. There are several other indices with which we can compete, but as a bank, and being a retail bank for that matter, we decided to use technology to fight. And that is ascribed to the awards we are getting, both from the digital point of view and even for the MSMEs that we are also serving. So whether they are retail customers, whether they are corporate customers, and whether they are SME customers, we are out there to serve them. And we are diligently doing that in the market.
So how has Polaris Bank been able to navigate, especially in this time where it seems like the banks are sort of like a tussle between banks and the fintechs?
Yeah.
What is Polaris doing to stay relevant?
Okay, so the name of the game is not really to compete. The name of the game is for us to collaborate. So we're collaborating with the fintechs rather than competing with the fintechs. And we made a lot of our offerings available to the fintechs. We have a very strong, formidable sandbox today where we have made all our APIs available. And the fintechs are seeing us as the best bride and as a good partner to collaborate with, to serve their own customers by extension. And both our customers and their customers are getting the best of two worlds. So all of what banks and the deposit money banks are offering today, as well as fintechs, we are collaboratively offering that to our joint customers. And our customers are getting the best for this.
So what do you want to tell your customers who obviously they are a huge part of your success?
Of course, it's to appreciate our customers who have over the years stayed with the bank despite all the different changes, and to also congratulate them for making this possible, because without our customer, we wouldn't have been able to achieve all of this. So we're grateful for the customers and we're encouraging them to stay glued with the bank. They've been benefiting and will continue to give our super best in serving them and ultimately delivering the best return to our different shareholders and stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adele Ade, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
So my name is Godslove Chinekwe. I am the creative director in Brave Achievers. There's been a lot of development in AI currently, and we felt that there was a need to, show the people, bring it to the people, and help people to understand that it's something they can also participate in. Demystify the concept of AI, and to let the people know how the other areas that AI can be used. And so this summit is a practical one where it's not just, we're not talking to the people, it's a doing summit where the participants are shown what is possible and they are supposed to do it during the sessions, the class or the practicals or the labs. So that's what's different about this summit with other stuff. It's a practical session. By the time you come out of this session or these classes, you would know how to use these tools and achieve the intended purpose.
So when you say that it's a practical summit, what and these classes you are talking about, what are some of these classes that we've had at this summit that the participants have been able to attend?
So one of the popular ones is the film video production class, and also the advertising section. During the class, the students go through each class with examples and how-tos and practicals. So they're expected to follow what the teacher is showing, and they would participate, ask questions, and at the end of the class, they will have a result similar to what the teacher is showing, which is unique, makes it different from what the typical stuff. And the feedback has been positive. People now believe they can do stuff. Obviously, they need more practice, but as an initiation or as a start, it's been quite successful.
So as a facilitator, what would you say has been one of the greatest takeaway? I don't want to say the greatest because we've not had the final day, so I know there's still a lot more to even come. So far so good. What's one thing that you are even taking away?
I would say the people are driven. People want to learn. people understand that this AI buzz, it's here to stay, and there's a strong drive that I notice that people want to participate in it. They want to be represented in it. They want that diversity to show as well in AI. People want to participate and they're eager. There's a lot of eagerness, I can say. I think it's not like AI solving it. It's about the people participating in it, because the idea of what people fear most of the time, they think it's going to take their jobs. It's going to disrupt everyone. Everybody's going to lose their job. I think, but that's not the case. It just means that we need to participate to make our jobs better, or we need to get involved with AI or use AI as a tool so that we can do better at our work. I would say that's the problem it will solve. If the people start to use AI, they will get better at their job. They will get better at what they do. They will get better results. Yeah.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will...
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to this segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we'll be doing an in-depth analysis of the top stories today. I am Zainab Aderomu. And of course, to do this with me, we have an in-house analyst, a regular face that you normally see, and I'm particularly sure that you're going to enjoy. Muhammad Akonji, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to have you. I hope you're very well this morning.
Well, at least we slept and woke up. Oh, thanks to God. And at least it was a mixed weekend. And I'm sure across board, you know.
When you say it was a mixed weekend, what do you mean?
Okay. Maybe I had some back pain over the weekend, and then, but at least I was able to salvage it with some good football matches. I think I enjoyed myself. You know, some shocking results, some unpredictable outcomes, all the balls and the razzmatazz around the football phenomenon. So I think it was able to allow me to, rub off some of those pains that I was actually having over my body. All in all, it has been a very good weekend, and there were quite some important stories that happened, generally around the nation. In fact, I think what really be able to shook my attention the more was the announcement I had about ECOWAS, and I think it's also in the news today, about gradual phasing out of some countries. And so people were asking about democracy in Africa.
Just before you go into, because I understand that you're really excited, and
of course,
your weekend was a little bit mixed, but of course you were able to still keep abreast, and I'm glad that you're here today. So now let's talk about the.
That was yours too. I was supposed to ask. How was the weekend?
It was very well, thank
that's
you.
Great.
Now let's talk about this top story that's here today. Tinubu pays 85 billion naira ECOWAS community levy, and according to reports, this is the first time that this has been done in 19 years. And it's when I read the story, it sounded a little bit like good news to me, and a little bit more like, okay, we are paying our dues where we ought to pay them. But I'm a bit concerned about what that means for government spending. Out of it's coming out of government spending, out of our revenues, and we're still complaining that it's not enough. The Nigerians are facing a lot of hardship, and then you're paying this large amount of money to the ECOWAS. How does this affect our spending?
Okay. So I think it's mixed as well, just like you said. But as a member of a voluntary organization, a member of a regional association block, one of the things that you sign up for is to ensure that your regular payment, your regular contribution to the organization is done as and when due. Now, Nigeria, for a while, in fact, most of the member countries, there were 15 of them, before now around 12 as a result of those 3 other nations. So you making up your payment to the organization is a requirement. And it is part of the budgetary provisions. You should be able to remember that as well. Part of our external obligations that every country do that in their budget. They have a provision in your budget that will be able to have for external donations, external contributions, voluntary membership associations of the organizations you belong to. So making that is part of the budgetary provisions. I think that's the first thing. We need to be able to get out of the way. So it's not as if you just be able to just wake up one morning and say, okay, I'm holding this amount of money. Okay, let me just go and get some money from somewhere and pay. No, these are provisions.
But what has happened?
Okay.
It was payment in full.
For just 2023, don't forget. 2023 and the payment up to July 2024. The remaining $54 million. I think there was another amount that was paid. So because of the cash crunch, because of the economic squeeze that we had last year, Buhari, in fact, I think he mentioned that when he was actually leaving, that the contribution for Nigeria will actually be paid for by my successive administration. The succeeding administration will make the payment. So perhaps Tinubu came in, he was appointed as the chairman, and I think at the very first meeting, he mentioned about that because he was urging other associations to ensure that they make their contributions to this association because that's the lifeblood. What is needed to be able to run the organization at this payment? So what are some of the key things there? Omar Toure, who is actually the president of the ECOWAS Commission since July 2022, made a very laudable remark about Nigeria because he said, you lead by example. From record this morning, showed countries that were owing for the last 5 years. Some countries have even paid their contribution dues. And that is really, really clogging down. That is undermining the activities of the organization. So Omar Toure, the Senegalese person, was actually talking about, was one that actually broke the news at the meeting on yesterday, that the country paid 85 billion for 2023, the total levy. And the payment due from January to July of 2024, they'll be able to cover that, totaling around about $54 million that we actually be able to make to pay. And he confirmed that with evidence of receipt from the president. And this was actually done to be able to nudge other countries
to also pay.
Exactly. ECOWAS, in fact, a lot of people have attributed that it is just an association that is powerless, that cannot be able to make bold decisions, especially against the fallout of what happens in Mali, in Niger, and in Burkina Faso, as well as Guinea, where the military took over. And in fact, when ECOWAS were trying to be able to wheel out to them a transition period to return back to democracy, people there themselves were the ones saying, no, you cannot be able to dictate to us as far as this is concerned. Those are the economic angle. But the geopolitical angle that surrounds it is also there about, okay, returning back to democracy. But ECOWAS as an organization, as I said, is quite undermined. And the undermining is not unconnected to lack of financial firepower to be able to carry out some of the organizations. In the early 90s, bodies like ECOMOG, these are powerful military bodies of ECOWAS
that could make binding decisions.
They can be able to, they send them to wars, monitoring group. They make binding decisions. They tell them to be able to go to wars. They send them to be able to topple dictatorial regimes, regimes that are trying to become authoritarian. Organization. We have the case there in Sierra Leone. We have the case there in Liberia, that ECOWAS has deployed their troops and they have been very, very successful. And some of these troops, for example, how did they be able to get the activities done? Is through constant funding, constant payment and constant funding of dues by member countries. So people are questioning the effectiveness of ECOWAS in these modern times. The ECOWAS of the yesteryears, you know, maybe the organization will be 50 years next year. It was established in 1975. Will be 50 years. And in the 50 years of it, the very first 20 years of that organization, of the group, of the community, analysts and public affairs commentators felt like those were actually the good old days. Now, there is a need for us to be able to re-examine the purpose of this organization. It's an economic bloc, mind you, unlike the United Nations. The United Nations that are majorly a kind of a socio-political organizations. And in fact, people are questioning that as well, especially against the fallout of incessant wars. You know, the Ukraine war, Sudan has been on since April 2013. The Ukraine war has been on since February 2022. We heard about the Middle East war, Israel-Gaza war since October 7 last year. And a whole lot of those wars that are coming. Syrian conflict started again. The regime of Al-Assad was brought down. So countries are even questioning United Nations, for example, that has it outlived its usefulness? Because the major purpose of it is to be able to strengthen international peace and security. And if this organization failed to do that, now let's take it back to ECOWAS. ECOWAS was supposed to be like an economic body, economic community of West African states, majorly to facilitate trade, to facilitate cross-border movement among member countries. Now, but most of the poorest nations in the world are in this organization, are in this bloc. And then the question will be, an organization established in 1975, going into 50 years of its existence, what has it really done in strengthening economic ties across nations?
Especially when you talk about cross-border
movements among countries. And you're also talking about, so it's easier for somebody to now want to be able to procure European visa than to be able to get visas to neighboring African countries. There is AFCFTA there, for example. I'm just talking about, so maybe that was one of the major reasons why countries don't want to see any reason to be able to make any contributions. So it's just a double whammy. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. These fundings are needed to catalyze, to stimulate the activities of this body. As I'm telling you, Chad, Niger is even owing up to about 10 years that they've not paid. So it's more or less like just having free items.
Could we say that there are certain reasons why these countries are not able, maybe they're not actually able to pay up, rather than not wanting to pay up due to their economic realities?
So that's what I'm saying. Maybe economic realities could be a factor, or maybe sometimes you look at an association we are doing. Remember, it's a voluntary association. We all come together. We agree we are going to be able to make our contributions. And then I'm looking at the benefit cost analysis. I'm saying that maybe I'm not even getting a more benefit relative to my contribution. Maybe it's just another conspiracy theory. I'm not just sure. But we're going to be able to chisel down and see why countries at the lower rung of development ladder, Chad, Niger, Sierra Leone, you tend to see them owing dues to the association, running to billions of dollars for years, 5 years that are running. And It could be, but the question is, this association, when it was established in Lomé in 1975, all of them were committed to it, to make their yearly contributions.
And are there some penalties attached to not paying?
Okay. So I think they are, maybe they are, we have to be able to choose to look at that. There are penalties that are due to members, but I don't think the organization, and that's what I'm actually able to, the person I was speaking to yesterday, the organization has not been very frontal in activating these penalties for default. I don't think they've actually been able to do that. And coupled with the myriad of other geopolitical trends, the things that are actually happening around the world right now, the world has become like a bipolar block. So most of all these nations that are pulling out are now seeing Russia as a stronger ally than even their respective or their African brothers. So you now see Niger, you see Mali, you see Guinea, you see Burkina Faso, trying to be able to change their posture towards Russia the more than their neighboring African countries. So they feel like perhaps I'm not benefiting from this association, from this organization as I ought to benefit. Now I am making some payments because in the very first 10 to 15 years, there was consistent payment of dues by member countries.
So what would you say changed?
So maybe I was not saying there could be a lot of factors, and also we need to be able to chisel down what has changed. Could it be one, I'm not benefiting? We do a cost benefit analysis. Okay, I'm paying this amount of money, these millions of dollars into this association. Of course, millions of, not say billions yet, millions of dollars into this association. Am I getting commensurate value for that? Countries are always like that. Because remember, yes, they are members of the ECOWAS. There is also a national interest that is at play. Even though, so to make the payments, you're still considering what is the ultimate benefit of these to my nation, to my country as a whole. And then successive governments come in as well. Different stance. You may actually be disposed, because as Nigerian president, I came up and I felt like, what are we even benefiting from this? I don't see any reason. So political transition from one administration to the other is also impacting how ECOWAS is functioning or not functioning. So one government can come in and see no reason to be able to partake. So look at Niger, a very good example. When Bazoum was there, the ousted president in 2022, when he was ousted, he has a very strong ally. It was a very strong posture, a very strong posturing towards ECOWAS. When Mohamed Tandje, the military man, came over, in fact, the very first thing he said was that we are not benefiting from this association. France trying to be able to use, because France is also an observatory member of ECOWAS, and so anything that has able to do with France, they don't want to partake with it. That's one other thing about Francophone countries. The selected some Psychophone countries. You say, okay, France is here. No. We don't. They are just not like a sworn enemy at this point in time. So that could be another reason. And that's why Omar Touré yesterday mentioned, the ECOWAS Commission president, that the Senegalese president, Omar Faye, and I think one other president, Togo president, Yadema, to be able to allow, so they're doing like a 6-month transition phase to formally allow those 3 countries to leave. They've been carrying their borders out as well. I mean, think about Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. They are members. Guinea is also a member, but Guinea has pulled out even before the military took over. They've been having challenges with economic situations. So I know economic situation is affecting countries, but this is an association as well. So ECOWAS, remember in 1975, was molded in the form of European Union. That was the idea. European Union,
it has not lived up to that.
So that was the idea.
It has not lived up
it was supposed to be like an economic body like European Union that can allow to be able to move towards that. So there's a stage in monetary integrations, economic and regional integrations. You start with free trade area, allow free trade to transpire, to be able to go out between countries. From there, what do we move to? We move to the state of common market, where goods are not allowed to move. We start with free trade. Trade can have it all, then you move to common market. Then from there, you move to monetary union, which is the highest stage. Monetary union now have like a singular currency, a unifying currency, just like euros that bind countries together.
Like
so they have the idea as well. European Central Bank, thank you very much. European Central Bank, you have your euros that will bind all countries together. That was actually the ideal we expect ECOWAS to be able to live up to. But 50 years down the line, almost 50 years down the line, have we achieved that? But that's another thing. Dangote at the time was complaining the amount of visas it would need to be able to to move, to migrate within African countries. Where in Europe, with one visa,
you can move around.
the Schengen visa can be able to move around. Those are businessmen. And it's not only the only one. A lot of businessmen are complaining about that. How, even though it was mentioned at the level of the African Union, but even within ECOWAS member countries, it's becoming very difficult for goods and people to move. And that is the major basis. The fulcrum of economic associations is to facilitate international trade.
But what do you think the outlook for ECOWAS will be going forward, knowing that Nigeria has
that's a $1 million question,
set
Zainab.
an example of what should be obtainable?
So we did that yesterday. I think Omar Faye, for Senegal president, commended him. The Ghanaian president, because he's leaving, and Akufo-Addo, yesterday was actually his final meeting. First of all, okay, let me talk about my observation before I talk about the reality. I will talk about the reality first, then I'll talk about my own prediction. So you see, when that announcement was made by Omar Toure yesterday, you see a lot of nudging on behavioral responses from countries in terms of, I think it's high time if we wanted to be able to stop the force of military takeovers in West Africa. There were reports, they're also planning military attacks in other African countries, neighboring ones. Chad is not out of the hood yet. I'm sure we know that. Benin Republic is also not out of the hood yet. A lot of countries, those member countries, I'm saying member countries, they saw it as an avenue to ensure this is the right time to ensure this organization, this association, their contribution to member states has actually been at a very low ebb. Very low ebb. Low ebb in terms of, because it's a member association, when you are economic crisis in your nation, they should be the first to help before you think about going to African Development Bank, right? Eco Bank is ECOWAS Bank. It's part of their idea, it's part of the model that was established when ECOWAS was formed in 1975, sorry. When ECOWAS was formed, they ensure that the administrative capital is in Lomé, in Togo. The economic capital will be here in Nigeria. Then ECOWAS, Eco Bank, was actually their bank, was actually their idea to come about, to facilitate movement of money and to ensure that they're able to provide developmental fundings. It's a two-pronged approach for Eco Bank. They have the usual commercial bank license. They also have a branch under them that's a development bank license to ensure with development. At least before you even go outside, say charity begins at home within member countries. Have they been able to do that? Maybe that's another challenge we're looking at. Their commercial banking thing is going on very well. They are EcoBank is actually one of the most capitalized bank in Nigeria, one of the heavily capitalized banks. They have a lot of funding. But when it comes to development, in terms of contributing to member states, have they been able to achieve that? Maybe that's another thing I think countries are actually concerned about. But why they have not been able to achieve that so far, why they have not been able to achieve it, was because of lack of proper funding. I will agree with that. Now let's go back to my own view, and I think what is actually happening. Member countries of ECOWAS, and that's what I still think I stand to be corrected, felt like they've not received commensurate value
from ECOWAS.
Relative to what they have actually contributed. Relative to what they have been contributing. So the outlook for the organization, 50 years down the line, we are going there, and they were still thinking how we will be able to sustain this association. It's an association, for all its worth, it has some of its own benefit. Even though there's still this 90-day visa thing that they allow member countries, to be able to move. This is a 90-day visa window where it allows people to move within member countries. But as countries are pulling out, at the time Cameroon has pulled out under Paul Biya, then they integrated with them. I think they pull out again. Cameroon is no longer there. Cameroon is no longer part of ECOWAS. So at the 15 they were 14. 3 is pulling out again now. They're now 11. And before you know it, countries are gradually peeling off. So with the present economic situations grappling most of these nations, they were showing commitment yesterday at the conference in Abuja, at the meeting, at the summit in Abuja. But I still don't think that most of them will be able to make good their promises. Because as we were saying yesterday, Nana Akufo, the Benin president, Benin Republic president, was actually saying something about some of us are actually owing this money. Some of them were even asking for, it was not the one, I think one of the presidents, Sierra Leone, asking for, maybe there could be some consideration, some concessions.
Exactly, I was going to say that.
Maybe.
For
So
countries
those
that are
have-
going up to 10 years, what's going to happen?
Those are not paying. So that's the balancing act. Those that are paid, will you refund them? Okay. Now, because they have not been able to pay, we not say because, oh, you guys have not paid, let us just be able to leave you and just carry you with that. But if you keep allowing us people to pile up the debt, the accumulating debt is going to be more problems and bigger problems for ECOWAS to deal with. So I know by this point in time, they are between a rock and a hard place, and they need to be able to balance it together. Nigerian president is the president of ECOWAS. They will appeal to him, maybe to forego, to try to be able to, give a kind of a debt write-off, voluntary write-off, contributions to those that have 5 years. We just allow them to pay 2 years if they can pay that, and then we allow them to be able to go on with the membership. But if you allow them as well, December is normally the yearly subscription is supposed to be from January to December. So because December ending is when the next one will due. So that's why we made the payment from January to July. From July to December of 2024, the president promised that will be made next year. And then maybe 1st of January, by January next year, when we're actually able to get our budget passed. Because the next one is actually coming in the next budget. There's a provision for that in the budget. So there's a provision for that in the budget. And hopefully, if it is passed, we don't expect it anymore. Buhari was running the January to December calendar cycle. And then the budget will just be presented tomorrow. President is just going to present the budget tomorrow. And how many days we have left? That's on the 17th, right?
Yeah.
Can it take 13 days to debate over those things? We're still counting down. But the budget will be presented tomorrow, at least. The presidency office has actually released a statement to that effect over the weekend that it will be presented. But for the National Assembly to sit down, debate over it before it passes through all the houses, before they go into their, into the panel, into the committee meetings, discuss over it, debate it. Maybe January 1 may not be feasible for the budget. We are still waiting. But the 6-month contribution is actually made provision for in that regard.
In the budget. That's amazing. Let's move on to the next story. And this one says that cash outside bank hits 4.3 trillion naira as the Central Bank of Nigeria warns of scarcity. And it's quite interesting that this amount of money is outside of the banking system. What implication does this have on inflation, especially because we're really worried about inflation being stoked up and accelerating, and now we're talking about this amount of money outside, and even outside of official financial, not even just the banking system, but like it's in unofficial markets according to the report. So what does this mean for inflation?
So the balancing act there, and that's what we're thinking of, is the central bank is trying to be able to raise the rates. Why are they raising the rates? To attract, to mop up liquidity out of circulation, bring it back into the system, and then try to be able to modulate inflation, taper inflation as much as possible. So when the CBN released that statistics on Friday, in fact, because there are two things, they released external debt, the debt management office, that's what I want, sorry. The CBN released this on Friday. I think on Friday I saw it briefly. And then, it was a bit shocking when I heard about that. So they are raising rates to attract funders, to attract investors, so as to, modulate, as I said, as to stabilize this gudgeon inflation, this skyrocketing inflation. So when they are not releasing money supply, the M3, and they said 4.2 trillion. Remember, it's the M3, it's the M1, M2. So M3 is broad money supply. So it will include the cash. It includes the ATM as well. I'm talking about cash, check, coins outside banks, and some other things that people are holding. So we know that the first cause of that, the major problem that will be able to cause, is inflationary pressure. It's kept able to push. But the other side of it, that's what we need to look at, is we're still saying there is naira scarcity in circulation. I'm sure you'll be able to witness. There are a lot of people I spoke to over the weekend, friends of mine, who said they went into the bank, and the banks, I'm able to mention them here, were telling them they cannot even give them more than 5,000 naira. That the banks themselves are suffering. And that's what you said about, unaccounted for. They're not within the banking system. So where are they? 3 questions, 3 things. 1, that feeling, and that was my theory in 2023, where we started with the naira redesign. 1, the politicians are piling up for election in 2027.
Okay.
The usual septic tank piling up of money somewhere, because the 4 trillion is in second. It's not even up to that during during Emefiele's time that initiated the Naira design. But one of the major policy to initiate was that 83% of the cash in circulation was actually not there. 83% of money supply was actually lying down somewhere into somebody's septic tank or to some people's wardrobe. Maybe politicians they can be very funny anyway, so they can be able to release that. It's very possible. The second that I think of is, and I think Central Bank has done that. So people believe that old notes will be
phased out
by December 31.
But then they released the report saying
so maybe people are not aware, and
out.
there is a need to be able to inform people that please, all the currency, because we used to mention that in economics, you don't force out a currency, you phase it out, just like what you've used. You don't force it out, as Emefiele was trying to do then. You're going to create an economic sabotage, you create an economic conundrum, a chaos, as we all witness what happened. So you allow it to run side by side. Look at the 100 naira, if you remember very well, there was an 100 naira in circulation before this other one, around 2014, and it was the one, it was the same Emefiele that was doing it then. You allow them to run side by side, and gradually you'll be phasing it out. Before you know it, those currencies will go out of circulation, and you allow people to be able to spend the other one. So maybe Nigerians are not fully informed that that policy, the central bank has released that they're going to be able to be on side by side till, as long as it takes. For now, there is no timeline. No timeline to say, oh, by December 31, you need to be able to return this. So maybe Nigerians are not aware, and people are still stockpiling and still hoping that, oh, I don't know what is going to happen. Oh, let me just be able to keep this money here. And thirdly is the cashless policy. That's why I thought another thing. And people still felt, oh, I have parties to go to. I still want to spray money. I still wanted to be able to have a party in January. And the banks are saying this and this, blah, blah, blah. Let me just be able to stockpile the money for the O1Bs, what they call them, the party poopers themselves, the party goers who wanted to be able to spend the money. So the CBN was telling us that as of October 2024, 4.5 trillion. That is a very, very significant increase from September. I think in September it was about 4.3 trillion that was in circulation. So 4.7 trillion was what is there. That's M3. So M1 is the broad money, is the normal cash that we carry. So there is M1, M2, M3. So M3 was the total 4.7 trillion. So, and that's why we might be able to now question them, okay? Maybe because it is total money of M3. So it's not only the total cash that's the cash. We'll be able to check the website.
But do you think that something, this has to do with the fact that we now have to buy our cash from, say,
POS terminals?
Exactly. So it means that because they always have, there's no way you might go to a bank and they say they can't give you any cash because there's a cash scarcity. But you can get as much as $1 million from a POS operator.
Ooh.
And it's
so people together, because I was talking to one over the weekend and somebody just came to take 50,000. Okay, maybe they two are holding it anyway. I was like, I can't give 50,000.
It means that the cash is in circulation amongst them, but it's not getting at the end of the day to the banks.
So, which is what we're talking about. So I came up with that idea about commodification of the naira, commoditizing the naira. So that could be another explanation for this. But these POS terminal people can produce the money themselves, right? It takes two to tango. They must have been able to get it from somewhere.
So you're saying the banks are probably
might be in cahoots with them. Yes, to get those money. But just like you said, maybe 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. So 3 of them that went to, that was last week, and they were asking, can I get 50,000? They said no. And I was like, no. I was okay, you guys can get 50,000? And I look at people that were queuing there, they're able to give people 5,000. Give 5,000 to this, give another 5,000. So the question there is this commodification, making money, using money to buy money, which, Emefiele make it profound, make it more pronounced as a result of maybe his ill-advised policy. It was a very good policy, but maybe timing, election was around the corner, and some other things there, and because of the behavioral factors. So that could actually be a very valid reason why this 4.7 trillion, because at least at any point in time, M1 will always account for about 50% of the money of M3. The other M2 and M3 are just broad money anyway. But the narrow money itself, which is actually what people will exchange, the notes and the coins that we'll be able to exchange there, we've got about 2.3 trillion, not 2.5 trillion. That's what is in circulation. Not in the bank, outside the banking system, but at least in people's hands. So, but these people that got it as well will get it from the bank, 1. 2, they will likely be able to also get it from, I'm talking about the POS terminals. So they've commoditized the money, because do you know how much money those people are making on a daily basis? Because, and it's become so pronounced, even if you go to filling stations, you want to buy fuel, and they'll be telling you, oh,
you have to withdraw
the money from
Because at the end of the day, they still give the
money
cash back to the
them.
operators.
And then you can
it's
see
like a business cycle.
You can see that the way they're actually able to moderate it amongst themselves, and then they allow these people to make money. But how will that be done? And that's what I mean by commodification. We have commodity, just like I say, I'm buying goods from you. Money has not turned to that. Use this amount of money
to buy this
amount of money. That's commodification. And I know central bank is also trying to release a lot of circulars to ensure that that is an illegal thing. That is an offense that will not be acknowledged, that will not be allowed, but it's still festering. In fact, I think the friend of mine I was speaking to was saying we are still joining Lagos, that it is crazy in Abuja and in the north. The way the currency has dried out, totally dried out, it's unimaginable, inexplicable. So 4.7 trillion, 2.5 trillion amongst them in narrow money. I'm talking about cash and coins, 100, 200, 500, and 1,000 naira. The central bank still need a whole lot to do in this regard. So if it is about the politicians, I think there is a need to, how we able to do that is still between them. But if it's about a lack of information or the POS, then they need to be able to touch light on the banks. Who will be responsible for this? Yes, they too are claiming we don't have enough cash. I told you, 3 of my friends I said went into the bank last week, even with 20,000. And on the banking hall, they think they cannot give them more than 5,000. The banks themselves were saying that. So, and then the POS terminals, only God knows, they are always liquid. They always have money.
Yes.
You're always able to meet money with them at any point in time. And then you see that what is really happening here. So that is, in fact, that was one of the things I was trying to be able to analyze extensively. What could have happened? Those three, and I think people to help me with one, maybe the POS terminals, we need to be able to check them. Where exactly is the problem emanating from?
So when you say that politicians may likely be
piling up
cash somewhere, do you think that the Naira redesign was actually a good policy and it might be something that can be brought back at this time?
Okay, so I think Naira design has come to stay. I think so. Maybe the only challenge the ex-CBN governor did was to try to force out the old currency.
The one that was
okay. So definitely there were 3 reasons he cited when he said he went to the president, even though there have been back and forth between them. Oh, I don't know if he did this, but when he gave the public address on, when he gave the public address over that particular policy, was one about 83 to 85% of money supply was stock up, was not outside the bank. They cannot account for it. That's what he said. And then election was coming around that time, remember? And they also be able to allege how politicians are trying to be able to stockpile the money for vote buying, to prevent vote buying and vote selling. I know that was one of the major reasons. And we were asking him, that's not your job. You're a CBN governor. What concern with vote buying and vote selling? But they're also in charge of, they are the monetary managers. So he mentioned that as a reason. Now, is a popular cliche in politics. They said in Nigerian politics, or even across the globe anyway, 2 years of your administration is governance. The remaining 2 years is politicking. How am I going to return back? That's what. So when they win,
you need to focus on.
You have to focus on the election. So maybe 2 years. So by now they will actually be making all the permutations, and I'm sure it's also in the news. All the permutations are there. Oh, 2 years down the line we'll do governance, but the final 2 years is really, really politicking.
Just quickly before we go, let's talk about this final story on Nigeria repaying about $1.22 billion
debt
of its debt to the IMF in 9 months. And this is I would say good news as well, because it means that we're actually committed to repaying our debt stock and ensuring that we have lesser debt, and also increasing our credit rating, so that when we go back to the IMF or any development bank, we know that we have a clear record. But also in terms of spending, revenue, and what we're actually, because this is a lot of money that's going to debt servicing and debt repayment. How much of our revenues are going to actual development? That's the question that are on the minds of people, saying, okay, you're paying back debt, but it means you're still just going to go back to borrow more. But what exactly are you doing to mitigate the effect of the economy on Nigerians?
Okay, thank you. So first of all, IMF, this loan we are paying back was taken in 2020 during COVID. In fact, IMF was begging Nigeria to come and take loans. We have not been taking since 2020. The last loan we took was in that 2020. Because, the loan policy then was there was a particular title for the loan where it's actually couched under. So, but generally it's like emergency financial assistance. Countries are battling with
Like
COVID.
the COVID-19
COVID-19 series.
relief.
That was the period. So it was the loan IMF. Sorry for using the word. IMF were able to give countries across board. So we collect about $3.4 billion of the loan to be paid back over a 5-year period. And I think we have actually been consistent in paying. Buhari too even did that. Buhari even did that. And that's why, so IMF has 3 pillars where they are built on. IMF is built on surveillance, lending, and training. Surveillance is to be able to check your capacity to absorb loans. It's a macro organization that gives direct cash to countries. Unlike World Bank. World Bank is a microeconomic organization. So what they do is they won't give you money directly, but okay, so in Lagos, we want to do school projects. Worth $750 million. So they will build that thing, the actual thing that you wanted to do. But IMF will give you the money in cash. You just $750 million, you get it. So during the emergency financial assistance, the funding that they had then, about 3.4 billion was what they give to Nigeria, depending on your SDR, your special drawing rights standing. Each country has like that. And then they acknowledged, that's what by surveillance. They acknowledged that we've been very, very consistent. When it comes to credit ratings, from them, we stand a very good chance. But that the country, because people have demonized them, remember, people have demonized IMF. All these policies, all these Bretton Woods policies that they're just coming up with, they're still going there to come and take a loan. And then, so, but I think it's another thing entirely, now Kettle of it, able to explain about them. We should be able to know that the loan from EFF loans, the EFF loans from them is about 2 to 3%. In fact, loans from IMF to Nigeria is at 0%. This one was at 0%. They're just able to pay back the money, and it allows countries to be able to stand. So the final question there is, we have been very consistent in our payment. The $1.2 billion was just, I think we've been able to pay the up to 70%. The final tranche will be paid next year. And IMF, in fact, commended us. So if you check the DMO website or the external debt website, their external debt statistics, they showed how consistently we've been able to pay our loans to IMF that we took in 2020. Since then, I've never taken that loan from IMF. I just really know that. So I think it is good. Just like you said, our credit outlook is good. We have very good standing, even though we still have a long way to go.
All right, thank you very much. That's all we can take today. Thank you for this really in-depth and passionate analysis. I dare say thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for watching. That's all we can take on this segment. We'll be back shortly with the newspaper review. Stay tuned. I am still Zainab Aderomu.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Delight was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
My name is Gaëtan Debuchy, the CEO of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank.
So you won the Microfinance Bank of the Year award. How does it feel for Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank to be winning this award?
It's a big achievement for us, a great day for us. We are very happy to get this award. To be the best microfinance bank of the country is a milestone for all of us.
For the microfinance sector is quite interesting. You see that we have the banks, the fintechs, the microfinance bank. What do you think is something that Advanced Lafayette is doing differently from other microfinance banks?
You know, in Advanced Lafayette, we are making impacts. Each day we are making impacts. We give a loan to a business owner, deposits, health insurance. So our mission, the financial inclusion, our mission is to make impact for the population, the citizen.
What do you have to say to your customers who also have been part of the success of your bank?
Okay, first of all, we provide useful and impactful financial services like loan for business owner, deposit, health insurance. We have also all the channel to be accessible, USSD, mobile app, POS. Yes, this is what we do for our customer. In addition of that, we are customer-centric. It's very important for us to be customer-oriented, to take care of our customer. We are there all the time for our customer.
Any words for Business Day?
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for this award. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back. You're welcome back to Business Day Television. This is the Breakfast Show, newspaper review. And of course, I still have with me the in-house analyst, Muhammad Akonji. Hello, Muhammad. It's great to be back with you.
Thank you very much for having me, and thanks for having me back. Thank you very much.
All right, amazing.
Nice
Now let's begin with this particular story on the front page of the Punch, and this says that Dangote Refinery extends exports to 3 African countries. So Dangote Refinery has begun to actually export finished goods from his refinery to other countries. And you know, while this seems like good news, especially for the Dangote group, I'm wondering what effects this is having on Nigerians, because the expectation was that when the refinery begins to produce oil and finished products, it means that we're going to be able to benefit from this, especially benefit from like reduced cost of petrol. But this is not happening yet. What's going on?
But I think they reduced the price again. Maybe the price was reduced again over the weekend in Abuja. Not yet in Lagos. It's still 1,025 naira. I mean, NNPC fixes the price.
Some people sell for 1,060. Okay, if you say NNPC, then that's
I'm doing NNPC 1,025. Okay. But it is in Abuja. I think Abuja price was 1,050. They reduced by 20 naira to about 1,050 naira. Now to about 1,030 naira thereabout. So, but the vice president of the Dangote Group, Devakumara Edwin, was the one who disclosed that they started exporting petrol. Before now, they have been exporting jet fuel and diesel to Ghana, Cameroon. But at least for the first time, they were able to achieve the exportation of crude oil, refined fuel to South Africa as well. With South Africa, went to Ghana. And now the problem is this. Let's go to quick backdrop. When they started the diesel production and Jet A1 fuel in January, I think they started in April. So he mentioned that 98% of their fuel, they're exporting them. Nigerians are not buying from them. They have been serious back and forth with the marketers. I'm sure we all know about that. They have this back and forth. Some of them, have actually been quite contumacious that they will not buy from him, that they are able to get their product outside. In fact, he went to court over that. And the same has actually been playing out as well. This kind of these dog and cat race have actually been playing about for a while now, So I've been playing out now for a while now between Dangote himself and some of these marketers. And so he has threatened, remember he threatened them that if you refuse to buy from me, I'll be forced to export them. And we say, if you want to export, please do that. So it was a very serious news yesterday when journalists, hope you're good. Okay. So when journalists, visit the plant at the Bejuleki, and Mr. Edwin, who is actually the vice president of the group, was saying, they have been able to achieve exportations to 3 African countries in addition to what they are maintaining already. So I think some of the thing he actually be able to mention there, talking about it, I think I put that here. He said that in recent weeks, we have been able to export petrol to Cameroon, to Ghana, to Angola, quoting him, and South Africa, among others. So diesel has gone ahead before now, just like I said, that was in April. They started exporting those ones. Jet fuel as well has actually been going out, aviation fuel. They've actually been exporting all those to European market. That was what's actually the shocking thing to me, because we're saying the Jet A1 fuel, that is the fuel used by airplanes, have actually been going. Oh, sorry, really sweating. Sorry, hope you're good. Sorry. Okay. So Jet A1 fuel, he said it has actually gone to has been going to European markets, and that was what's the funniest thing to me. That seriously, we've been exporting to, and some of them confirmed them. I think Belgium and Malta confirmed that we are buying Nigeria's Jet A1 fuel for their diesel. There was a particular Belgian report. I think I was listening to that on Al Jazeera yesterday. Yes, Al Jazeera, and they were confirming the Jet A1 fuel to be able to power some of the flights. For example, in Qatar, they actually be able to get some of the Jet A1 fuel from the Dangote Group. So the crude oil reserves, but just like you said, and I think that's a major question. It's a very good thing, but he's a businessman. What is in it for Nigerians? Okay, he's also in Nigeria. When I say Nigerians, we back home. Against the backdrop of our expectations and our heightened optimism that, with this coming on stream, this is what's going to happen. But I think we'll, because in the last 3 weeks now, there have been successive reduction in the price. Even though people still feel like it is still nothing. Still high. Okay, but there's a market reality, right? Zainab? And I think we cannot be able to rule that away and say there's I just go because tomorrow just somebody was saying in my mosque yesterday was just, as publisher used to say, maybe it's a beer parlor discussion, but it's not a beer parlor, but this was just like in our mosque, and I was saying it's only until he returned back to 185 naira that I will know he has done something. And do you think he can go there just for you to ask? Do you think of when I was saying that if he's doing by 20 naira, like 30 naira, or let him go back to where he met it. You're wondering if he goes back there, will you allow? Okay, I ask the question. You just like to ask the question. Will you allow minimum wage to go back to 33,000? Would they allow it?
Of course not.
Of course not. Okay. Listen, I said, he was saying, let's see everything go back there. But there are realities that we cannot run away from. There are market fundamentals, there are economic realities that we cannot run away from. So, my own analysis as at the beginning of the month, as at the beginning of September, when they started rolling out production, was that by now we should be buying off market rate. Normally, it should be like around 500 to 600 naira per liter. But with adjustment in economic dynamics and some of the major cost components that go into it, the cost of production per liter from within Nigeria, I can tell you, is about 952 naira. Cost of production, remember, he's a businessman. They will need to be able to add up your margins, your markup to it to make a gain, to make a profit at the end of the day. So, how will it? So, we're able to be able to change our model. We need to be able to change our model because the model there was saying, and they are not unconnected with economic fundamentals. Those realities will change. OPEC by next week will be able to release. OPEC released our oil production last week and shows that at least we are tilting towards 1.6, 1.7 million barrels per day, even though the government even predicted 1.8 million for the 2024 budget proposal. So at that, with the Brent crude closing at about $72.7 per barrel, that is still a very good thing in terms of revenue to us. But what we are not selling to him at Naira for crude, and that's exactly the major question. The Naira for crude, if it has taken effect, which it has, I think it took effect last month officially, 2nd of November, 2nd of November, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. It took effect. It was also promising us that we'll be able to get cheaper fuel. Well, that's what Nigeria want to listen to. But to them, to the company exporting this fuel to these neighboring African countries and then being available on the European market as well, it's a very good thing for us. The question we are going to ask is the elephant in the room. NNPCs. And the NNPCs, their own refinery. Last week they said 98% it is ready. There were questions around, is it a blending facility? Had they producing? Because, so they are talking about naphtha components. So there's a catalytic converter that they use, which is the final jig. And the NNPC GM, claim that they have gotten that converter. So for now, they were doing blending. Blending was just able to blend the thing together, able to go into the technicalities. Dangote was not doing that. Dangote was actually refining and going through the process as it is. So, and what is in there is this catalytic converter. That machine is very, very important. The engineers will be able to tell us about it. So the GMD of NNPC was basking in that euphoria last week that they have gotten that, and that at the end of this month or January, you'll be able to see the 250,000 barrels. That is the capacity of this for the old and the new refinery. We'll be able to see it on stream. So we expect, and that's our outlook, we expect a downward trend in the prices as it's going down. Initially, they reduced by 20 naira, NNPC reduced by 10 over the weekend. For some selected, they reduced by 20 naira again. It might be gradual, because that's the argument I had with the person. So we want to increase, I guess by 10 and something naira.
But now they're reducing
by 20 naira.
Naira.
Maybe it's a very good. It's a very good point, but I don't think, and this is my expert opinion here, that even in advanced markets, it doesn't happen that way. That you just be able to trend it downward by more than 100% at one goal might not be that easy, because a lot of things go into it. So I felt that is the challenge that they have been. The other marketers, Mr. Edwin, when he was speaking, was actually saying the way Ghanaians, Cameroonians, the countries that's gone to, it has not gone to Chad and Niger, the way they're actually praising them for making it available, for making those fuel available. And the question they're asking was, how will Nigerians be able to benefit from this in the long run? And it was time to talk about the price. That the price they buy there is still quite subsidized there in Nigeria in that regard. But they can assure that the production has started with consistent production, flooding the market, coupled with NNPC's refinery, the two refineries, the old and the new. It should at least be able to put a downward pressure on the price.
But why does it seem? Why does it seem like
first quarter of the year of 2025?
Okay, thank you. Why does it seem like there seems to be a competition between NNPC ensuring that they're able to produce from their refinery and the Dangote refinery? Why it's still supposed to benefit Nigerians. I believe that that's the
Is it
goal for both of them.
competition?
So it
Okay.
seems like there's this slight back and forth between them and saying, okay,
So-
we're not going to.
Okay, thank you. So I think it should be, okay, maybe we call it competition, but what I'm thinking in my hand is a competition. But what we don't want is an unhealthy competition. What do I mean by that? So it's a simple law of the economics, demand and supply. For you to be able to have a downward pressure on price, for the price to be able to, to plummet, for the price to be able to plummet, you need to have more supply. If supply exceeds demand, is the basic fundamental of economics, the prices will come down. Adam Smith, a popular economist, always says that supply will always be able to find its demand. I'm trying to remember the aphorism that I used to use. So if we try to be able to make more output in the market, why any government will not allow monopolistic tendencies to prevail is to be able to prevent a situation of price war, unnecessary price hike on the part of the producers. So the government, yes, it's the job of the government to protect the welfare of the producers and the consumers. So if you allow NNPCs to come in, don't forget as well, NNPCs still have close to 7 to 10% in Dangote. They have a stake. There's a stake of the Nigerian government in that, in addition to their own, the 4 refineries that we have, the 2 in Port Harcourt and the Warri and Kaduna refinery. So those competition will be considered LD. That's what I'm saying, because it is that competition that will benefit the consumers at the end of the day. If we only be able to give the whole thing to Dangote alone, I'm sure you all know what the outcome. And you can't blame me as a businessman. Your major idea should be how to be able to get the best as much as possible. As you are minimizing your cost, you want to ensure you are maximizing your profit as much as possible. So the government will be in the interest of the government and the nation at large to ensure that, even though apart from him, allow other private refiners to come on stream as well. Come on board. Coming on board will allow for flexibility, will allow for choice, widening of choice, and consumers are able to balance that out. I think I get my point. So I think that's the idea. So I want to see it as a competition.
Okay.
I want to say as an unhealthy competition. It's a competition that will blow us a window of fresh air and good hair in the long run. So the only major thing that we'll just be worried about is, when will it come on stream? If it does come on, I'm talking about NNPC in this regard. The JBD was saying they're actually giving some licenses. They're giving some licenses to other private refiners. But refinery is a capital intensive project. It's not a 1 year thing that, I'm just going to start this and I'm going to start next year. We don't know how long the $20 billion refinery took Dangote, that it took him alone to be able to allow that to be able to come on stream. So I know it's a very big challenge in that regard, but we needed an NPC to come on stream. We have refinery, Dangote refinery. For now, they're still doing 40%. In fact, there are 650,000 barrels that have not been able to hit that milestone yet. But they are actually promising by the first half of 2025, they should be able to do that. So that should be able to put a less burden on importation, a less burden on the exchange rate. 40% of the exchange rate pressure is still coming from importation of fuel, 40% to 50% alone. So it's piling up a lot of pressure on the exchange rate. So if that one can be yanked off the list, you can at least be able to tick that off the list in terms of only people that will just be able to import are doing it out of luxury, not out of necessity. You know, for now, we are importing fuel because it's a necessity. I'm going to import them. But that has reduced. If you check an NPC website, you see a little bit of reduction. Other than private refiners, you know, Mobil, who are some of their parent companies over there, Total in France, are the ones that are actually bringing in the fuel. NNPC has tried to be able to cut down on importation. And that's why, to a reasonable extent, we are not hearing, oh, these are what we are paying for subsidy. Other than they can't even be able to release that because the subsidy has been yanked off totally. And that's what allows the market to see the true costs, the true reflection of what the market is all about. That is giving us that. So, good thing on the part of Dangote, that they are having those countries to be able to import to, amazing, to export to. But we believe more still needs to be done to cushion
for
the effect back home.
Nigerians. All right, amazing. Thank
that.
you. Let's go on to this story from the front page of Vanguard. It says here that the federal government overshoots 2024 borrowing target by 4 trillion naira.
4 trillion naira.
And you know, I was saying this when we talked about the repayment of the debt to IMF, saying that this would actually give them a free space and new room to be able to lend more. And it seems like they're actually overshooting by about 4 trillion naira in the new budget. So of course what we're going to be asking, the question on our minds now is what does this mean for
us?
Yes, exactly. What does this mean for us? What exactly is this borrowing supposed to cover? Of course there will be say budget deficit, because when we talk about the oil pegs that they're pegging at 2 million barrels per day when we're still doing about 1.6, 1.7, and so it means that there are going to be lapses, there are going to be spaces which will be covered by borrowing. What does this mean for Nigerians going forward?
So borrowing are of two types. So you have the reproductive loans and you have the consumption loan. And I know it's a no-brainer. Everybody in the world knows that if you borrow for consumption, you will just keep on piling debt and you'll be swimming in one. I mean, I say swimming in debt and then just keep piling up. But if it's a reproductive loan, if you borrow for infrastructure, for capital projects, for investment, the loan will repay itself. The yield from the loan will keep repaying itself. I mean, as I say, it's a no-brainer in that regard, that at least every other person knew that. Now, but the question there is, 98% of countries in the world run a budget deficit. Run a budget deficit because there's always a tendency to be able to spend more than you borrow. Ours for 2023 budget, 2024 budget, the deficit financing as a proportion of our revenue was 89%. 89%. The 2025 proposed budget, if you look at the revenue there, and look at the debt servicing, remember it's the debt servicing, which is a component of both the actual debt and the interest that we are paying on debt, is about 91%. I think the major problem is interest. That's where I'm going. Major problem that is allowing us to be able to overshoot your borrowings is the interest rate. And that's why government across the board needed to be quite what can I call it? They needed to be quite systematic and needed to be innovative and creative in how they can be able to create more funds to finance the deficit in the budget. Now, when I take a very close look at the 2024 budget, sorry, I think I was looking at that here. So, when I take a very close look at that, debt servicing, there was something I was looking at first of all here. Okay, so first of all, the federal government rising deficit goes to about 4 trillion. Actually, it's about 3.95 trillion based on our estimation. The government initially targeted about 2.8 trillion. That was the target. That was when the budget was signed by the president on the 1st of January 2024. We're targeting about 2.8 trillion. But because of other expenses, because of minimum wage eventually, but that was what caused the problem. Minimum wage that was sent to National Assembly and the supplementary budget that was passed jack up the amount. And I was asked you earlier that even if, just like I was asking earlier, if a friend of mine had said, the only time we know that this man is working is to return us back to 185 naira, and then I asked him, do you allow, because he's a teacher in the public school, do you allow them to go back to a minimum wage of 33,000? And he was like, we're not talking about that. And I was like, because they're going to return us back to that. Because if you're saying 70,000 as a minimum wage, for example, minimum wage, and some other states are even paying more than that, and you still wanted the government to be able to go back to that one, I'm just saying. And then sometimes we need to be very careful with that one. So that jack up the amount of 3.95 trillion as the government has actually been able to spend the money, unfortunately. So that was about 49% increase in our borrowing costs, just 11 months. At least that's as at November, because this data was actually obtained from the federal government debt office proposal. So the government believe that two major reasons, I think I'm going to mention one of them, that caused this very, very sharp increase, that caused this 49% increase in borrowing, was as a result of the minimum wage, and two, that subsidy removal, because they felt like some of the money were diverted back into giving more state for palliatives. So they need to be able to make further provisions. For the 2024 budget, if you know right now, we are running 3 budgets. I need you to know that. The 2023 supplementary budget just ended last month. 2023, there's a supplementary budget. The 2024 budget itself, that we had in December, and there's a 2024 supplementary budget that the government still has there. that contains a lot of other provisions. That one will be able to end by June next year. So the combination of these factors, in each of these factors, there are provisions for borrowings that are there. So the borrowings, that was what actually, account for this incessant increase that we've been able to witness. So the capital project as well, most of the capital project they embarked on, Lagos Coastal Road, majorly, because it's in 3 phases. The first phase, funding was just released, the $3 trillion project. So that also accounts for why this borrowing went up that high. But the elephant in the room is the interest on those things. The interest on them. Especially when you borrow from multilateral creditors, or this Paris Club and London Club. We call them open market interest rate. Their rate is very, very crazy. And that's what I'm talking about. Government need to be very innovative in checking their finances. The open market rates, on that bilateral agreements could be borrowed from countries to countries. You have OICs. I think there was a time the president was trying to go to Organization of Islamic Countries to borrow loans, but that was at 0 interest. And people went berserk. Oh, I said Islamize Nigeria. But sometimes those are good ventures to look out for.
Because of the
to
interest
get cost
rates.
of borrowing, thank you. To get cheaper cost of borrowing from them. It's not a matter of Islamizing the nations. Some people actually be able to do this in that regard. But even advanced nations in the world who are trying to be able to take loans, go to these organizations rather than open market like Paris Club, like the London Club. These are big investors that will give you loans, but at rates that is quite unimaginable.
Speaking of innovative ways to
block
all of these deficits
loopholes.
Rather than resorting to
loans and
borrowing.
Okay.
Let's go to the front page of Business Day newspaper. It says here that Nigeria requires 38% growth to match President Tinubu's $1 trillion GDP dream. And it means that in order to actually achieve this projection of $1 trillion that we're going to by 2030, that the government has been, touting, we have to actually find innovative ways. We can't always resort to borrowing all of the time, because, of course, if we always resort to borrowing, there's really no way that we're going to be able to get to
Except
this.
we talk about taxes as well.
Well,
and if we talk about taxes, and then I'm sure the tax rate is very, very, very dismal in this nation. Okay, let me just allow you to finish your thought.
That's what we're talking about in terms of innovative ways. So what other ways do you think
that government can?
Besides borrowing.
Okay, so you're just saying that, just like I said, tax is the other option. The option available is to tax. And you've seen the back and forth, the backlash, the raucous that new tax bill has generated. And then, conspiracy theory here and there, people feeling that because to burn the Nigerians the more, and that's exactly the problem with taxes. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. They try to do it in France. They try to do it, I think, in France. In fact, one of the stumbling block that led to the removal, one of the camel straw, the straw that broke the camel's back in removing Michel Barnier, the Prime Minister of France, was as a result of these taxes, because the fiscal deficit is just widening and the gap. $60 billion was what they are looking for. And when it started the issue about taxes, what happened 2 weeks ago was removed.
So there was already chaos.
that greeted that tax again and blah, blah, blah. So it's a global issue everywhere in the world. Go to UK's budget. I think I was trying to say that. And you see pockets of countries having these issues or the other about taxes. So the other innovative way is taxes. Definitely. But I know it's not an easy thing to do. Tax to GDP ratio in Nigeria it's quite unimaginable. It's about 9%. That's the tax contribution to the GDP.
And that's really low.
That's very low. Very, very low and very dismal. So what do we need to do? Other innovative ways. What are other innovative ways? Okay, it could actually be the government. Next one could actually be produce more oil, as we will talk about. 2.03 million barrels. Ensure that at least OPEC is able to do something to be able to affect the global crude oil prices, and they were able to get money from there. Going back to the story that you mentioned, just to be able to connect them together, the president planned that an economy of ours should be able to hit a $1 trillion target. It's my likely, based on, we're expecting the MPS to be based in by May next year. So now, Nigeria's economy is about $400 billion in dollar value, in that worth. especially with the growth that we recorded in the third quarter, about $400 billion. As a result of the valuation, I mean, if you look at the nominal term, I'm talking about the nominal term. In the real term, it's between $200 and $350 billion. I mean, $200 to $250 billion. That's actually the market stand. But if with the rebasing and factoring in the informal market, which I think where the taxes will likely come from, that's what I'm talking about, innovative ways. Because MBS said they learned from the model of South Africa. South Africa were able to capture, there was a model they used to be able to capture the informal market, informal segment, to allow government revenue, to allow them to surpass Nigeria as the largest economy in Africa. Largest economy in Africa was because of the informal market. It's a challenge in most of developing economies and developing markets. So we expect that to be able to come in the next methodology, the next model that MBS will release. So we might likely be able to hit that. But the question one of my analysts here did was that if we're able to achieve that target of the $1 trillion, we expect an average annual growth rate of 38%.
Yes.
Which is about 8% on a quarterly basis, which is what the president has been talking about. And that's what he promised, that there would be 7.5.
But we barely did 3% in the last
quarter. And that's the question we need to know. But if they do the rebasing, that's the question we're looking at. Because we barely did 3 quarter, and that's what I've been doing. So it's touted in his manifesto that is expected a double-digit growth on a quarterly basis. So that it will be able to, a double-digit or at least close to it, 7 to 8%. Then if we maintain that on a quarterly basis consistently, about that, we can hit the 38% or 10% on a quarterly basis, hit 40%, and then by 2030, we'll be able to have the $1 trillion target. Yes, I think it might be possible. I'm sure by the time they release that, because I was trying to look at the methodology myself, I will say that we might achieve that. But the major question, the $1 million question, how will it impact Zainab? How will it impact Francis? How will it impact me? I think that's what the question will now be. They might likely reach that in nominal terms. In nominal terms, I mean that value, the way they are going out with the rebasing of the GDP. Because by the time they rebase the GDP, they'll be able to achieve that. But the major question will be how will it be able to impact? And that's where the $1 million question the government needs to address and let us, because the GDP itself at the time, in fact, a lot of people question economists over that. That this is just saying, oh, last year we achieved 1 trillion naira, now we are 2 trillion naira, so we are growing. And go and look at the faces of the people out there. Exactly. The true cost of hunger. I think that's for our editorial today. The editorial business day today was really the reality there paints a very gloomy picture. And so the GDP itself may not be. Those 3 things, therefore, the government has to focus on those 3 things. 1, poverty. We need to look at how will these trickle down to helping us change the narrative of this unimaginable poverty that we're witnessing. 2, unemployment. There are a lot of uproar, right? About when the unemployment figure came out 3 weeks ago. I'm sure you're aware of that. 4.3% is not possible. How we say Nigerians are 96% unemployed? Okay, those are a lot of other issues. But MPS, what they did with basing as well from ILO. There was a new methodology, so it's more or less like methodological change that brought about that.
So it's methodology change, but there's no real particular change.
Okay. So if you're a member of the organization, thank you very much. That's where you're going to go. I know you're going to ask me that. It's a methodological change. So the methodology there has 6 criteria that you use for after unemployment. They've not released MBS yet. That's has his own proxies that you use. But for unemployment, sorry about that. For the unemployment, the idea before is that 30 days is actually considered as a working period for an individual. Now, it's just if you can do a work of 1 hour in a month, you are considered employed.
That's supposed to be underemployed, in my opinion.
Because sometimes so they come there, or the employment and unemployment are combined together now in the new methodology. Pretty be good. So that is just one of the criteria. So you can see what they're looking at. There are people that are doing gig work, and that 1 hour you earn like $3,000. You know, I'm sure some people are like that. Okay, so somebody, because even if it is a matter of just going and be able to put pure water on your head and you just be able to go out there and you are captured in the model, it is still considered that yes, you are employed. There's about 6 of them because of time. Maybe when I come next time, I'll tell you about those criteria that ILO released for countries. So that changed, that dropped the numbers. The number of employment was 38% last year. Like a magic to now do 4.3% now. Can you imagine that? I think, of course, as at Q2 2024 was 38%. And by the time Q3 Q3 2024 data was released.
It was down to 4%.
4.8%.
Amazing.
So I'm sure that was what actually be able to cause that. But it's,
all right,
it is what it is now. We need to have
let's
no
talk
choice
about, very quickly, let's just move on to the Business Day cartoon of the day. And this looks really interesting. It looks like somebody's coming back from the dead.
From his tomb,
yes,
right?
It says here that they did that to me to Dele. And this looks like Dele Farotimi
and
who is currently, in the court.
In the House of Storm right now.
Exactly. And this is the tomb says Gani Fawehinmi from 1938 to 2009.
2009. That's why he died. Exactly.
So maybe they're trying to this.
So what did he say? What's Gani Fawehinmi telling him? I couldn't say
so he said to Dele that they did that to me.
They did that to me
too. So maybe giving him support, moral support, and saying, "Oh, don't worry, you're going to come out."
You're going to come out of it.
But like this also happened to me.
Of course,
so
it does happen to him. It does happen to him. I mean, Gani Fawehinmi was what can I call him? Was a signature of hope, a signature of hope for many Nigerians, maybe because of his background. And in fact, he ran for the position of the presidency while he was alive. He was a very staunch human rights lawyer who, at every point in time, always have a back and forth with the government. I'm sure the likes of Babangida, Abacha can never forget him in a hurry. The kind of the drag that he had with them doing while he was alive. So I'm sure maybe that was the experience he was trying to take there to me. But I think the difference now and difference there was that there was more of military regime where you have no say. Because here, Dele Farotimi was still given. I'm sure he's about to perfect his bails. He's about to perfect the bail now, and it should be released this week, based on what we heard. You still have some freedom to hire your lawyers, the freedom to hear your side, the freedom to plead your case. I think they give that to him, because sometimes I don't think we should be able to forget context and from the fundamental. So this is more like a civil suit between himself and another Nigeria.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not between him and the government.
I think we have to be able to get this clearly. So it's not like the government, because that's what some people blindly believe. That it's the government that is trying to be able to punish him because of what he was talking about the government. And in fact, I was telling the people that when it happened, that was last week, that himself and Dr. Afe Babalola, they were both obedient members. If you're thinking about government, Afe Babalola supported Labour Party, just like himself. So it was an issue between them. And that issue, they've taken it to the court. Maybe there could be some shenanigans or some playing out, handcuffing him. It's a civil suit. So the defamation, it's a very strong case that we cannot just be able to
essentially, there's a difference in context.
Different
from what
happened then
Gani
and what is happening now. But that was more military administration, where you just be able to lock you up for no just cause. But this time around, you are given that freedom to be able to express, plead your case, tell us that I have not done anything wrong, and the case will continue, I think, December 20th, right?
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again for this really robust analysis. We've really enjoyed your time here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me, Zainab.
All right. Thank you very much for watching. This was the newspaper review. You'll be up next with the big story with Bethel Olujobi. Stay tuned.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Currently Culinary Delight was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at Business Day Intelligence. Business Day Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at Business Day Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website, which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
My name is Gaëtan Debuchy, the CEO of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank.
So you won the Microfinance Bank of the Year award. How does it feel for Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank to be winning this award?
It's a big achievement for us, a great day for us. We are very happy to get this award. To be the best microfinance bank of the country is a milestone for all of us.
For the microfinance sector is quite interesting. You see that we have the banks, the fintechs, the microfinance bank. What do you think is something that Advanced Lafayette is doing differently from other microfinance banks?
You know, in Advanced Lafayette, we are making impacts. Each day we are making impacts. We give a loan to a business owner, deposit, health insurance. So our mission, the financial inclusion, our mission is to make impact for the population, the citizen.
What do you have to say to your customers who also have been part of the success of your bank?
Okay, first of all, we provide useful and impactful financial services like loan for business owner, deposit, health insurance. We have also all the channel to be accessible, USSD, mobile app, POS. Yes, this is what we do for our customer. In addition of that, we are customer-centric. It's very important for us to be customer-oriented, to take care of our customer. We are there all the time for our customer.
Any words for Business Day?
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for this award. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hi, my name is Michael Abiodun Thomas, Managing Director, CEO of United Capital Trustees, and I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to Bafia Awards. You've just won the Trustees Company of the Year. Why do you think that United Capital took away this award?
Okay, yeah, so I think over the years, and over 60 years precisely, we've demonstrated leadership in our industry, generally to private trust clients, to corporate clients, public clients and also some nationals. And I think what we've done over the year is to evolve and to get better and in our services and the things that we do, which are just excellent things that we run generally across board. This award is coming as a testament to our resilience, our innovation, our ability to grow with our clients decades over decade and watch the evolving state of their businesses or their individual lives change before us. And we are happy to continue to do this.
Awesome. So when we talk about excellence in banking and financial sector, what do you think that every bank can learn from the United?
Yeah, one of our mantras is above and beyond. That doing what you ought to do is not enough. Stretching yourself, going the extra mile for your clients, putting in the extra effort will yield positive results now and much, much later. It's a win-win both for yourself and the company, and more importantly, your stakeholders, your clients, your employees, your board members, everyone putting on brand. That set of mindset, that same attitude to want to be the best and give the best are some of the things that we're happy to continue to demonstrate.
Any words for your customers who certainly we could say there's no bank, there's no company without its customers, its clients. Any words for your customers today?
Yeah, I mean, we are happy to do this with you. We are more than excited to provide the services to you. What do we promise? When the last quarter of 2024, we are repositioning ourselves for a more authentic customer experience kind of service. The kind of one that transcends your expectations in terms of what we deliver. And this is also going to be enabled by cutting-edge technologies, innovations, beautiful assemblies coming in on the ground. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
My name is Nige Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at Business Day Intelligence. Business Day Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at Business Day Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
I'm Dr. Issa Omagu, and I'm the divisional head for service industries in Bank of Industry.
Okay, sir. As a financial organization, what role do you play to ensure the growth and sustainability of family businesses in Nigeria?
Thank you, Francis. So essentially, family businesses start small, and so ordinarily you classify them as maybe small, medium, and micro enterprises. And one of the things that we do in BOI is we support startup businesses. We also support businesses that want to expand their existing, and where there are issues, we support rehabilitation as well. So Bank of Industry is very focused on MSME development, and it's very critical because given the importance of family-owned businesses that form the bulk of MSMEs in national development.
Yes, so how do you think events like this will foster the growth of family businesses in Nigeria, and your key takeaways from this particular event?
Essentially, I mean, this is not only timely, but it's something that needs to be very, very well encouraged. And parties to the national economy need to come together and have these conversations, especially since MSMEs contribute in Nigeria almost 90% of employment. It therefore means that we need to come together to judge and then eventually create solutions that can help us to be able to really support these businesses to grow, either in terms of access to finance, market, or infrastructure. And even regulators need to be here, because sometimes the constraints that businesses have is about having title to properties that they can use to borrow money from banks. When we have these conversations, we can collectively reach compromise and ultimately help to fast track growth of businesses and on a sustainable basis as well. So this is a very laudable summit, and we're happy with that. Business Day has put this together in conjunction with PricewaterhouseCoopers, and we hope to be here next year, God willing.
Do you think government have a role to play to ensure the growth and sustainability of family businesses in Nigeria?
Government has a whole lot of role to play in many ramifications. First of all, if you talk about title to property, especially land, if they can make it faster, to be easier for small businesses to really come out and where they want to grow their businesses, borrow money. Because one problem that they have is access to finance. It's a whole lot easier when they have a skin in the game. We also need government need to put in place enabling in terms of maybe financial architecture, for example, supporting all these companies that do rating and able to also do credit risk scoring. Those companies also help to make businesses accessible to financing, and creating the infrastructure, which is a public good. Road infrastructure, for example, will help people to be able to move goods and property and people, and that ultimately help commerce. Yes, so there's a lot of enabling environment that government is supposed to provide to make businesses to really make it succeed and be sustainable. Dr. Isa Omagu, Bank of Industry. Thank you.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
My name is Azuka Emmanuel Okofo, Bank of Industry Microfinance Bank. I'm the MD CEO. We've just been awarded the MSME Enabler of the Year. Thank you very much to Business Day.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on winning this award, MSME Enabler of the Year. Thank you. And what does this award mean to you?
It's an indication that what we're doing is being appreciated, that we are making impacts, which we are supposed to, which are very core to us, and it will further motivate us to do more for our customers.
Yeah, this impact, is there a way you can help us see it? What are the things?
Okay, what we'll do is essentially
done.
What we've done to our customers is
granting them access to finance and business advisory, and holding them, in their respective business pursuits, cheap financing, flexible tenor, So we have our experience is so deep that we understand what our customers need, and we're always there with them, come rain, come shine.
Yeah, and then your focus has been the micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Absolutely. Because we believe that we know the importance of MSMEs in an economy. It's the engine of any economy. So that is our focus. That is our core area, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Yeah. So, and what has been? Can you quantify what you've done so far? Loan disbursed, to whom, and things like this. And is this impact measurable?
Yes, very, very measurable. We've done excess of 13 billion in the last 2 or 3 years. Over 8,000 customers impacted. And the truth is that our customers have been repaying. Despite the harsh economic conditions that we find ourselves, our customers have been quite cooperative. So yes, we're over 13 billion disbursed, and over 8,000 customers that we met at the bottom of the pyramid, small businesses. I will continue to do this. This in practice is what we're going to do.
What will be the next projection for the coming years?
At the moment, we are currently in Lagos alone. Projection is to bring these services to all MSMEs across the country, using the same platform to support what BOI as a bank is doing. So BOI supports large enterprises and small enterprises, but Microfinance Bank supports the MSME arm of the bank. And so we're going national, and that's the plan. We'll go state and we'll go national, so that we can bring these services to not just only people in Lagos or MSMEs in Lagos, but across the country. That's the next plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
My name is Adedeji Adekoya, and I'm the head of capital markets of Ion Global Markets Limited.
I know it's a remarkable evening for you, having won the award for Innovative Deal Execution and Investor Relationship Mastery. So what does it mean for you, given that you only just started a couple of years ago at Ion Capital?
Thank you very much. Winning this award is something very, very, very precious to us at Ion Global. Like you mentioned, we are only about 2 years in existence, working in Nigeria capital market. And within that short space of time, we've been able to work with numerous clients in various sectors across the Nigeria capital market, insurance, banking, and what have you. So it means a lot to us. Thanks to the promoter and MD of the company, Mr. Jubril Akile, and the support of the board of directors. When we set out, we had that target of being one of the top 10 issuing houses in Nigeria. And within these 2 years, over the last 1 year, we can say we've achieved that. And we look forward to doing more.
What would be some of the milestones you would like to mention? Maybe the top 3 things you say will be the milestones or achievements you accomplished the last 2 years.
If you notice, just some few weeks ago, there was the domestic FG10 US dollar bond that was issued in the market. Ion Global was one of the 2 financial advisors to the DMO on that transaction. And it's a landmark transaction, unprecedented in Nigeria. We are talking of over 900 billion US dollars that was raised in the domestic market. And we are very proud to have been an advisor to the federal government on that. And among that, we've also currently, if you notice the banking recapitalization that is ongoing, Ion Global is a co-lead issuing house to Fidelity Bank PLC, and a joint transaction of about 227 billion naira, which is ongoing, and we are proud to be part of that transaction. So those are the few transactions that we can say we've been part of within the short space of time.
Yeah, and what explains this rapid growth, if you like?
Like I mentioned, the vision of the promoter and the CEO, Jubril Akile, and also the vision of the board. When we set out, we said we want to be the top 3 preferred financial advisor in the market. When clients are looking for advisors, when they are looking at number 1, 2, and 3, we want Ion Global to be part of it. So we've assembled a very small but very technical and experienced team. We walk around the cloud and we take our clients very, very, very serious. So we put our clients first to make sure that we've address all their financial needs. So with that at the back of our mind, we are able to deliver very good service to our clients.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dele Adeyinka, the Chief Digital Officer at Polaris Bank. I'm the divisional head in charge of retail, digital, and transaction banking in Polaris Bank.
Very well. Welcome, Mr. Dele Adeyinka. How does it feel to be carting away the award for the Digital Bank of the Year and as well as the Best Bank for MSMEs of the Year award for Polaris Bank?
Thank you very much. It's exciting for us, and I think I'd like to start by appreciating the organizers, Business Day conferences, for making this possible for the bank. The award in itself, the two awards, we're dedicating it to our major stakeholders, our board, management, and the customers who made this possible for us. And of course, a very dedicated set of staff who have worked over the years to make us recognized for this award and also for ultimately getting awarded with these two beautiful awards. By the way, this is the 4th year we're getting these two set of awards in a row, and we're very grateful for being counted worthy, having gone through all the appraisal period and finally getting awarded these beautiful awards.
Getting it for the 4th time in a year says a lot about what you are doing. I mean, if you're doing something consistently and you're getting the award you've gotten in the past years, is it also the award for the Digital Bank of the Year?
Correct.
So what do you think you're doing differently in the banking sector?
So I just think the bank, Polaris Bank, is dedicated to, one, using technology to fight out there, to compete in the marketplace. We pride ourselves to be a leading digital bank in the industry. To serve these customers, we really know that the best we can do is to use technology to compete out there. There are several other indices with which we can compete, but as a bank, and being a retail bank for that matter, we decided to use technology to fight. And that is ascribed to the awards we are getting, both from the digital point of view and even for the MSMEs that we are also serving. So whether they are retail customers, whether they are corporate customers, and whether they are SME customers, we are out there to serve them. And we are diligently doing that in the market.
So how has Polaris Bank been able to navigate, especially in this time where it seems like the banks are sort of like a tussle between banks and the fintechs?
Yeah.
What is Polaris doing to stay relevant?
Okay, so the name of the game is not really to compete. The name of the game is for us to collaborate. So we're collaborating with the fintechs rather than competing with the fintechs. And we made a lot of our offerings available to the fintechs. We have a very strong, formidable sandbox today where we have made all our APIs available. And the fintechs are seeing us as the best bride and as a good partner to collaborate with, to serve their own customers by extension. And both our customers and their customers are getting the best of two worlds. So all of what banks and the deposit money banks are offering today, as well as fintechs, we are collaboratively offering that to our joint customers. And our customers are getting the best for this.
So what do you want to tell your customers who obviously they are a huge part of your success?
Of course, it's to appreciate our customers who have over the years stayed with the bank despite all the different changes, and to also congratulate them for making this possible, because without our customer, we wouldn't have been able to achieve all of this. So we're grateful for the customers and we're encouraging them to stay glued with the bank. They've been benefiting and will continue to give our super best in serving them and ultimately delivering the best return to our different shareholders and stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dele Ade, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
So my name is Godslove Chinekwe. I am the creative director in Brave Achievers. There's been a lot of development in AI, currently, and we felt that there was a need to, show the people, bring it to the people, and help people to understand that it's something they can also participate in. Demystify the concept of AI, and to let the people know how the other areas that AI can be used. And so this summit is a practical one where it's not just, we're not talking to the people, it's a doing summit where the participants are shown what is possible and they are supposed to do it during the sessions, the class or the practicals or the labs. So that's what's different about this summit with other stuff. It's a practical session. By the time you come out of this session or these classes, you would know how to use these tools and achieve the intended purpose.
So when you say that it's a practical summit, what and these classes you are talking about, what are some of these classes that we've had at this summit that the participants have been able to attend?
So one of the popular ones is the film video production class, and also the advertising section. During the class, the students go through each class with examples and how-tos and practicals. So they're expected to follow what the teacher is showing, and they would participate, ask questions, and at the end of the class they will have a result similar to what the teacher is showing, which is unique, makes it different from what the typical stuff, and the feedback has been positive. People now believe they can do stuff. Obviously they need more practice, but as an initiation or as a start, it's been quite successful.
So as a facilitator, what would you say has been one of the greatest takeaway? I don't want to say the greatest because we've not had the final day, so I know there's still a lot more to even come. So far so good. What's one thing that you are even taking away?
I would say the people are driven. People want to learn. People understand that this AI buzz, it's here to stay. And there's a strong drive that I notice that people want to participate in it. They want to be represented in it. They want that diversity to show as well in AI. People want to participate and they're eager. There's a lot of eagerness, I can say. I think it's not like AI solving it. It's about the people participating in it, because the idea or what people fear most of the time, they think it's going to take their jobs, it's going to disrupt everyone, everybody's going to lose their job. I think, but that's not the case. It just means that we need to participate to make our jobs better, or we need to get involved with AI or use AI as a tool so that we can do better at our work. I would say that's the problem it will solve. If the people start to use AI, they will get better at their job, they will get better at what they do, they will get better results. Yeah.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's a price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome. This is the Big Story segment on BDTV. I am Bethel Ulujabi, and our big story today is on the lingering defamation case between Nigerian lawyer and activist Dele Farotimi and renowned senior advocate of Nigeria, Afe Babalola.
To give a little context, renowned Senate Senior Advocate of Nigeria and founder of Afe Babalola University, Are Afe Babalola, has alleged that lawyer and activist Dere Farotimi defamed him in a book published recently. The accusation stems from a Supreme Court judgment involving a land dispute that spanned over 2 decades. In a petition dated November 19th and addressed to the Ekiti State Commissioner of Police, Adeniro Akinwale, Babalola detailed how his law firm discovered Farotimi's book, Nigeria and Its Criminal Justice System, and the defamatory content therein. Farotimi was arrested by the police in Lagos on Tuesday following the petition by Babalola. He was subsequently arraigned on defamation charges before an Ekiti State Magistrate Court last Wednesday. Magistrate Abayomi Adeosun has, however, ordered his remand in the correctional center. Well, joining me to discuss this in detail is our in-house analyst, John Salau. Good afternoon, good morning rather.
Yeah,
John, how are you doing?
I'm okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, welcome to the studio. Thank you for joining us today.
All right.
So we're discussing the case between, the defamation case between Dele Farotimi, who is a lawyer and an activist, and Afe Babalola, who is a senior statesman in Nigeria. So briefly, give us a context into what's going on here. Just briefly give us some details on what we're seeing.
Okay. Now, when we look at the case, the face value of the case, it would have been a good ground to test the law, because the accuser is a lawyer, the accused is a lawyer. So it would have given us a good ground to test our laws on defamation. However, from our understanding, I think the police messed it up. When you arrest somebody in Lagos and then you weeks into Ekiti, why? Why not? Yes, he complained to the police commissioner in Ekiti State, but the author of the book is based in Lagos. The book was launched in Lagos. Why not the Lagos State Police? Why Ekiti State? So, but let's take ourselves away from the legal part of the case since it's in court, and then look at the public sentiment. As of this morning, we now have a pro-Babalola group calling that, saying they want to defend the legacy of Babalola. But if we also look at the case, we also see a funny scenario coming out. It's like we are playing the case all over again, or we are playing the book in real life. Because if you say somebody defamed you, what is the basis of that defamation? That you use your position to get judgment. Now, let's look at what is happening now. You petition the police. Somebody defamed you. Now the police arrested the person in Lagos, took him to Ekiti State. Now, why that was ongoing in the court, or in magistrate court, another case was filed in the High Court. Now, before we get to the conclusion of the one that was brought up in the High Court, the same accuser, his legal firm now is now asking the legal body to Farotimi. That's okay. We should delist him.
Yeah.
So invariably, if you look, play out this three scenario, that means we are saying somebody is trying to use its influence and power to twist the law. That's what is playing out, and it means we are indirectly playing out what the book says. So that, for me, that is the case ongoing. But since it is an ongoing case, it's better we stay away from the case itself and then focus on the optics, which is what is playing out in the public domain.
Yeah, so many people have begun to say that the idea, what is really ensued, has brought attention to what's the book that was written, that's Nigeria and its criminal justice system, right? And the consensus is that if Afe Babalola had not made that move, that many wouldn't even know the content of the book. The book wouldn't be as popular. I mean, after the case, we saw that the book had risen in so much popularity. It became one of Amazon's bestsellers. And, you know, people, do you think that Afe Babalola should have ignored Dele Farotimi?
I don't think he should have ignored because the allegation is waiting. He did the right thing, petitioning the police. This person said this against me. Can you look into it? But from my understanding, I think the police messed it up when they arrested Farotimi and then took him to Ekiti.
So, because somebody was not it's not a criminal case in Lagos. So, I mean, people are even saying that, so that was the Ekiti situation. People are saying that he should have invited him to court, as a fellow legal practitioner, instead of arraigning him and then, messing him up, because at this point, it looks like Farotimi is a criminal.
Yeah. No, if Afe Babalola invite Farotimi, what will be the outcome? You are indirectly also sending a message that the claims in the book might be true.
No, by invitation, of course, I went to court to battle it out in court.
And no, they took the right steps. First, you write to the police and say, XYZ said something about me. I think what he said or things he said, he wrote in the book are not correct. So it is now left to the police to do the needful. Now, in doing the needful is to invite this fellow and say, okay, fine. Somebody made an allegation against you that what you wrote in your book are incorrect. Come, at least you come and say your own part of the story too. That should have been the first point. Then he goes in to the police. Okay, tell them this, and this are why I said what I said in the book, based on my own experience or my interaction. But taking him out of his own jurisdiction to Ekiti was where the case got messed up, which now bring the public sentiment into the case. Why would you arrest him in Lagos and then whisk him to Ekiti like a criminal? So I think that was where the police got it all wrong. They should have at least started proceeding in Lagos. If for any reason they can then transfer the case.
So so you're saying, or are you saying that, or what do you say? Is this a move by Afe Babalola to seek justice for this case, or is he just trying to protect his own self-reputation?
It's both. See, one thing we don't do very often in this part of the world is we don't put our law to test. You understand? The laws are there, but oftentimes we don't put them to test. And it's also a lesson for many of us publishers, writers, journalists. You don't put things out because of your emotion, because you feel ABC is okay, or you feel good at the moment, and then you just push whatever you feel out. You also need to consider the other person. If you put that content out, what message will you be passing to the person? What will you be telling them? Because take Afe Babalola, for example. He has built a reputation for himself for over 4 decades in the legal world. And in just one book, you allege that he is responsible, or he is part of those who has taken our legal system, or send it down to where it is at the moment. So you need to be careful the things you put out. So that is a situation ongoing.
Well, interesting that you say that, because many people are really eager to know the outcome of this legal matter. But from what we have seen, Afe Babalola, who is a son, is making so many moves. He is, apart from arraigning Farotimi, he has also, in some way he has defamed him, because he has not defamed per se, but he's also saying that he's a liar. That's basically what he's saying, that he's a liar. He's defamed him, and he's also, of course, ridiculed him because he's basically dragged him before the court of the judiciary, on the judiciary, and then petitioning his chambers, petitioning the Nigerian the law committee to take Farutimi off of the remove him from the role of Nigerian legal practitioners. Do you think he's doing too much to just for a case like this? Shouldn't he let the court the court proceedings tell the true story?
Now, if you listen to what I said earlier, I said we are indirectly playing out the book in the public, because on the one hand, there's a case before the magistrate court, whether a bail application has been fixed for December 20th. Okay? There's another case before the High Court. Logically, the ideal thing to do was to wait for the outcome of these cases before deciding, okay, and this fellow has gone outside of what binds us as legal practitioners. We think it should be taken off.
Yes.
But while both cases are running concurrently, you are coming up with another part of, okay, we want him the rope, we want him taken off. They are indirectly playing out the book. For me, that's what it looks like. Because it's like we want to use our influence, we want to use our power to achieve what we want at any cost. That is the implication of this to the public. Yes, legally it could be right, but morally, there are big question marks for the action.
Yes.
So that is the issue at the moment.
Interesting. And this is not the first time we've seen this happen. We've seen it happen before with some of Nigeria's popular activists and lawyers. And if you look at Business Day's cartoon of the day today, it has a illustration of we have in that cartoon we have Gani Farewhemi. He's there. He says, look at it, you can see Dele Farutimi in ropes. He's being stoned apparently, and then that's Gani saying they did that to me too, Dele.
Yes.
So what does this say about activism generally, and also the role of judiciary in seeking justice for senior statesmen? Because Gani spent, I assume I remember he was in prison over 32 times. He slept in several prisons, for the same cause.
No, there's a thin line between activism and legality. Now, in your activism, are you conscious of the law? It's a thin line. And when you cross that line, the law has to take its place. Because, take for example, we are on the one hand anti-mob action, but then we go to the digital space, social media space, and then we push the same thing. So it speaks to our two-faced activism. You can't condemn something on the one hand and then promote it on the other hand. So there's a thin line between activism and legality. So in your activism, you have to be careful not to go against the law. So for those who are into activism, they need to be very careful of the things that they push out. Just take, for example, the what Chowore led before the last general election, the protest he led. If I can't recall the revolution. Revolution itself, anybody that comes across that word revolution, we naturally think about overthrowing a sitting government. And so no sitting government will sit back and watch you push your narrative on revolution. So in your activism, you also need to be careful of the optics. And that is what we oftentimes don't pay attention to. Yes, what we do could be morally correct, but is it permissive under the law? Is it what the law encourages? So you have to be careful so you don't fall foul of these things, because they're very thin line.
It's very interesting because if you look at the case with Ghani, you know, it was during the military rule and there was a lot of opposition to, of course, opposition. Yes. So, Ghani was infamous among the government, right, of the day, because, you know, he was defending people who were not really liked, you know, Dele Giwa, for example, and you know, many of them were, should I say, opposing the system. And we're in a democracy and we're seeing the same thing happen. What does that even say? What does that project about Nigeria?
I think, yes, we are in a democracy, but we also need to understand that the law is supreme in a democracy. However, because we don't have institutions that should deepen our legal system, we often tend to operate or act like we are in a banana republic. So it then looks like we have certain laws for certain people, certain class of persons within the ecosystem. But ideally, it's not supposed to be like that. Because if the law says, don't go this far, it doesn't matter who is involved. The law is the law. But because we don't have, okay, take the issue of what happened under the last administration. And then the police are waiting for the president to give a go-ahead before they can take action. In an ideal situation, the police don't need a directive from the presidency to carry out their function. Hunter Biden was arrested by the police in US. It doesn't matter if his father was is the president or not. But here we oftentimes sit back and then wait for politicians to give directive. It's the same thing with the civil service. The civil service is not as effective as it should be because people pledge allegiance to the person in the office rather than this country. And so, as a civil servant, you are waiting for a man who only have a 4-year tenure in the office to give you a directive. And you have been in the system for 25, 30 years. And so that calls to question how we think in this part of the world. But ordinarily, if we have institutions, they are what they are marked, where some of these things wouldn't be happening. So we need to campaign more for institutional reform and then deepen. However, we need those in office also need that political will to take action on some of these things. But the bottom line is that we need to strengthen our institutions.
Interesting. Yes. You talked about public consent, public reaction to what's going on, and I know I begin to wonder how people who have certain opinions about certain people who feel, knowing that, I mean, someone as influential as Dele, it could still be arrested. So, you know, what does it say about free speech in Nigeria? What do you think this effect, how does it affect, you know, that idea of free speech?
Personally, I don't think this have any effect on free speech, because the truth is, your right ends where mine begins. And so, again, it's also a thin line. And it's also about perspective. Now, if we are to draw a building before us, I think I will draw based on what I see and based on how far my sight can carry me. Now, I will obviously will not be able to tell what is behind the building. I will only draw from the point I can see. So that is what comes to play in public speaking. You can only talk to the level at which you know. Or you should rather talk to the level at which you know. Don't bring in sentiment. Also play that on the hearsay, because you might not be there when the event took place. And so in you trying to put certain optics out, you might be hurting somebody. And you won't stop the person who is hurt from seeking redress. So you need to be careful. But again, it's also good that the two actors in this case are lawyers. We should try our laws on defamation. And then at the end of the day, it will deepen the ecosystem. Because yes, people will know, okay, at least if I say this or that, I could be running foul of the law. But for now, I think we should let the case play out. But for those who are scared out there, if this...
Because, they can't exactly defend
themselves. Yes, they can't defend it. But it's also a lesson for you that you don't say things you can't defend. You don't call people names when you don't have proof. So we need to be careful, and we also need to be sincere with ourselves. If someone calls your name and he or she cannot defend those names, will you be happy? If I call you a thief and you've not stolen anything all your life, and someone goes on social media to call you a thief, will you be happy? The answer is no. So if you will not be happy for someone to call you a thief, then don't call someone else a thief if you don't have proof. It's as simple as that.
Oh, very interesting. Thank you very much for your insights, Mr. John Salau. Well, that would be all we can take for today. And with this, we've come to the end of the Big Story segment on BDTV. Stay tuned as we come up with our social listening segments.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, If you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
I can't hear you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello, good morning once again, and welcome to our social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show. And right along with me is OBDK. Good morning, Mr. OBDK. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm fine, Bessel. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you feeling today?
Well, what can I say? We are doing great.
It's nice to see you. All right. So today we'll be looking at the top stories that are happening all across social media. To begin this interesting conversation, 2 Nigerian men walking on the Lagos Blue Line rail have been assaulted by a soldier acting on the orders of a Chinese national. The Chinese national is identified as an employee of the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, responsible for the electric rapid transit line construction in Lagos. The 2 men were assaulted for attempting to use the back cabin of his Hilux. The workers, who were simply trying to get a ride home after work, were met with violence and aggression. Stobidike, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this topic? It says that 2 men were assaulted by the Nigerian army, a member of the Nigerian army, for climbing on the back of this Chinese national's Hilux, trying to get a ride home, and he ordered them to deal with them. What are your thoughts on this?
I think there's, even in Nigeria, even though we're in Nigeria, there's something called white privilege. I think a lot of foreigners get white privilege because why would a Chinese man order a Nigerian soldier? In fact, the soldier should be court-martialed, if you ask me. I think the Nigerian army should take it seriously because he's not getting his instruction from the people who are above him, from his superiors. He's getting it from a civilian, which in itself is wrong. And personally, I think I'm sorry. I know Chinese have invested in the Nigerian economy, but I think a lot of them are beginning to, take advantage of that, for lack of a better word, white privilege or Igbo privilege, and they are abusing it and misusing it. And I think it's something that we need to address. Somebody cannot come from his country and come to your country and intimidate you in your own country. It doesn't make any sense. If he didn't want them to stay at the back of his truck, he'll have simply told them to get off. They are workers, so it's not as if he doesn't know who they are. They work in the same company where he works. They are just trying to get home. These men are innocent. They're just trying to get home, and for all their troubles, they just got for all their troubles. They got the troubles double, and it's so sad. It's just unfortunate.
Right.
But this matter is addressed. Even the Chinese man should be charged he should be arrested and charged for what he did to them. He assaulted them.
Okay, thank you. So you say he should undergo a military trial, right, for what happened. And then, you know, it's kind of sad if you think about it, because it shows that Nigerian soldiers can be ordered by just anybody, right?
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it
doesn't make sense. Why is the pride in being a soldier? Why is the pride in serving your country? There has to be some pride. There was one Chinese man, I'm not even Nigerian, ironically, saw a foreigner ordering you, maybe because he feels if he tells you to do it, you will do it or something, or maybe he promised you something or something like that. I think the Nigerian army should really look at it, and that soldier should be court-martialed.
Yes, because I feel that is the core of the issue right now. Because if it's something that if it's something that has not been seen happen before, maybe the Chinese man had tried it before. He was told, you know, upon he was properly oriented that this is not how it works. You can't just tell a soldier or a policeman to do something. You can't order him to do something, regardless of whoever he is to you. And this is a soldier we are talking about. We're talking about a member of Nigerian army, not just a random policeman on the streets. This is a person that has been sacked, that has sworn oath to protect the country and its nationals. Yes. So, you know, it says a lot about how far we have come as a country, right?
Yeah.
Right. So,
very true.
Yes, please, I want to hear your thoughts.
I think, like I said before, what for me is a big disgrace in all of this. The Nigerian soldier is sworn to defend Nigeria as a country, but he is defending a foreigner.
A foreigner.
If the foreigner was in trouble and the soldier came and protected him, it's understandable. He should be rewarded. But in this instance, he is attacking Nigerian because a Chinese man said he should deal with them. And these Nigerians were only looking for a means to get home. Cost of transportation is high. So any means that you feel that you see that could help ease the stress of getting home, you take advantage of it. And they did it innocently. All the Chinese man will have said is, get off my truck and go.
Yes.
They'll have gotten off the truck, they'll have gone, and they'll have found another means to get home. What was with all the violence? Was all the violence really necessary? I don't think so.
Very, very, very interesting, isn't it? And so we can look at some of what people are saying about this online. Let's just look at some of the comments we've seen on the internet. Now, Adeolu Miracle on X says, I don't understand Nigeria, our government, our police and our army are acting like they are against us, the citizens. Nigeria is not South Africa. And then Eriolua also says, what's most painful about this isn't just the brutalization, it's the fact that it's done by one of our own against the person he swore to protect from all occasions of danger, especially from foreign entities. And Daniel Rigar says, a foreigner having the audacity to harm a Nigerian in Nigeria is wild. One of the consequences of bad leadership. And someone beautiful says, you just know he doesn't suffer under Tinubu's leadership. And, you know, that is part of the things that we're talking about, right? Like the last comment, if you look at that, she says, she comes in from the angle of empathy, right? Because these workers or these people just wanted to use his hillocks based on the information we have. They wanted to use his hillocks to get a ride home. And if it's someone who has also been in a similar situation, you know, in terms of transportation to a certain destination, he understands that, okay, it's a little difficult, you know, especially considering the time of the day. I don't know how late or early it was, but it's difficult to get a ride home, right? Even if you have the money to pay, especially when it's, you know, it gets late and the traffic is bad, the roads are busy, you get. So it goes to show, you know, how much empathy or how much of what Nigerians feel others are feeling, right? So what do you say about that part of it, right? Empathy in terms of Nigerians to Nigerians, and even foreigners to Nigerians?
Well, I will say two things. One, it's unfortunate that empathy has, there are still Nigerians who are empathic, but you expect more from a soldier, from the way he's being trained. Of course, they are trained, to be hard and all of that, but they are also trained
not on the people, not on the civilians, I assume.
No, that's what I'm saying. They are trained to, you have to be a soldier, so you have to be well trained, properly trained. And I'm sure that part of the thing they teach them is how to use their intelligence. And weigh situations and use empathy. And that's why even when you go to fight a war, they always make when you go to fight maybe the battle and all of that, they always make reference of women and children and the elderly, and it's something that they follow and all of that. So it's important that the soldier should have used his intelligence and should have been more empathic and told the Chinese person that they did not do anything wrong and they should be allowed to go. At least if he had sided the Nigerian, the Chinese man would have let it go. But he just went ahead and did what the Chinese man said. So for me, he should be court-martialed. That's one. Secondly, there has been this over the years. It's not now. For many years, there have been stories of Nigerians maltreating Chinese people, Chinese nationals, and some others from Asian countries, maltreating Nigerians who work for them. There are stories of Nigerians losing their arms, losing their legs, not being paid well, not giving pension, not giving some form of remuneration whenever they meet all these hazards and all these things. Working in bad work, having to work in having bad working conditions, working for these foreigners. So it's kind of sad, and that already there's a history of them not showing any empathy. So this is not unusual. It's sad, but it's not unusual.
And where's the role of governance in this? Do you think this is a fruit of bad governance?
I think it's a fruit of bad governance. To an extent, no. But I think most of the time when things like this happen, they just kind of sort of just form the other way, because for them these Chinese people are bringing in some foreign investment into the country. But let's look beyond foreign investment. It's good that they bring in foreign investment, but they should treat every Nigerian citizen with respect. They are human beings, and they should be treated with respect, no matter their level in society, whether they have money or not.
I completely agree with that, Mr. BDK. So moving on, we have a story here that says Nigeria's Samuel Nwajaju has made history by becoming the first African to win the Mr. International pageant. Nwajaju won the 16th edition of pageant in Bangkok, Thailand on Saturday. Mr. International is one of the largest world male beauty pageants, second only to Mr. World in terms of national level competitions. A win for Nigeria, you would say?
To be honest, every time I say man and pageant, it just sounds weird. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm too used to, every time I think of pageants, I always think about women. So it takes a while for my brain to adjust to pageant and men. But what I would say is it's a good thing. We are breaking records. The female pageants that happened, the Miss World that happened, that Nigeria came second, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's a good sign that in every area of life, entertainment and otherwise, Nigerians are beginning to be recognized. Nigerians are beginning, the world is beginning to see the value that Nigeria brings to the table. And it's a good one. I wish him all the best in his future endeavors, and hopefully this will be the beginning of not just Nigerians but more Africans winning such, competitions. He's the first African, so most likely he will open the door for others. And that's how these things work. Not all the time, but at least to a great extent, that's how it works.
Right, and it's just kind of proved the point about Nigerians being a very, very brilliant people, right? Because if I saw clips of during the pageant, right? By the way, there were mini awards before this overall awards, and he won some of them, right? And if you watch some of the clips, especially the part where they asked them questions, he was not just articulate, but he was able to answer them brilliantly. And I think that was one of the reasons why he was pitched to win the award, right? Why was the favorite to win the award? And it just goes to show how brilliant Nigerians are, right? Regardless of whatever their country shows, right? I mean, this is not the first time. You mentioned Chidima, right? Recently, Chidima was the runner-up of Miss Universe, right? And that's yes, right. And many people even say she's their winner as far as they are concerned. And what does that say about Nigerians abroad? The image that they're projecting about Nigeria from the diaspora.
Well, I can tell you this for free. If you go to the US, some of the most educated people in the US are Nigerians. Some of the people who are most successful when it comes to businesses in the US are Nigerians. Some of the biggest businesses that are run in different parts of the world have Nigerian imprints in them. And the average Nigerian is intelligent. The average Nigerian is smart. The average Nigerian is built to, embrace challenges. Maybe due to where we come from, I'm not sure. I can't say. There are no facts or statistics to back this up. But I strongly feel it's partly because of that, where we are from and how we are raised in the country. So if the average Nigerian is smart, either street smart or book smart, but there's a smartness somewhere. Unfortunately, some people use their smartness to scam people and do a lot of bad stuff. But average Nigerian is smart.
So these are the people giving Nigeria that good name that it so desperately needs.
Yeah, true. See, the truth of the matter is this. Nigerians are smart.
No, I say that because I am trying to bring in the issue of Kemi Badenoch and the Nigerian situation.
Oh, okay. So, see, the bottom line is
yes.
Kemi is you talk about your own experiences. Kemi is speaking her own experiences and what he fed up, what he translated them to mean for her. At the end of the day, but it doesn't take away the fact that, because if you check it, Kemi is still Nigeria. Okunjewala is still Nigeria. Both of them are doing great things in other parts of the world, but they are still Nigerian. Kemi was born in Nigeria. Kemi grew up in Nigeria. Kemi, when she was a child, she was in Nigeria before she went to the UK. She's now leader of the Conservative Party. So the bottom line is part of the reason where he is today is because of the Nigerian in her. Whether he wants to agree or not, whether he distances herself, whether he talks bad about Nigeria, but part of the reason he has excelled and succeeded is because of that Nigerian spirit, that Nigerian drive that took her to a certain level before she got other opportunities and privileges to where she is now. And you can't rule that out in any sense of the word. So irrespective of whatever he says, he's still Nigerian. No matter how UK he claims to be, she's still Nigerian. Nigerian blood still runs through her. Her first name is still Nigeria, even though her surname has changed. But her first name is still Nigeria.
Interesting, very interesting. And I remember I was having this conversation with someone, a colleague, or it was a family member, and I was like, Nigerians are doing great things. Nigerians are good, right? It's Nigeria that's where the issue is, right? When you hear the name and the identity, Nigerian, it comes with some form of perception. It accompanies a perception about who you are before anyone gets to know you, right? Especially in foreign scenes, right? And the irony is that in some places Nigerians are known for excellence, and in some other places Nigerians are known for the complete opposite. So I think it all boils down on each of us as Nigerians, wherever we find ourselves, to just be the best that we can be. And then it's also an extension of our exploits, an extension of the exploits of what's possible out of the nation Nigeria, right? So thank you, Mr. OBDK, for joining us in the studio today for the social listening segment. Unfortunately, that's all the time we can take for now. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. And with this, we'll draw the curtain on our social listening segment. I am Betha Olujobi. Do join us next time on the same station. I will be here, right here with you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Nikki Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at Business Day Intelligence. Business Day Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at Business Day Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. Welcome to the Economic Week Ahead, brought to you by Business Day. My name is Enyola Olatunji and I'm with my colleague
Wasiu Ali.
This week, there are a variety of news and reports to watch out for, ranging from inflation data to interest rate hikes, and even reports on petrol prices and petrol prices, LPG prices, diesel prices. But starting today, the National Bureau of Statistics will be releasing the inflation report for the month of November, and analysts have said that they expect that inflation surges to 34.38%, and some even expect it to reach 35% in December.
Yeah.
I'm at this point I've given up on inflation because we've hiked interest rates 6 times this year by 850 basis points.
I think 875 now with the recent one, 25 basis points in November.
Like we've hiked it by 875 basis points.
Yeah.
And yet we've not. Okay, we've seen it slow sometime in July and August, but then it picked back. And at this point I don't know what the issue is.
Well, I think inflation in Nigeria is largely driven by food prices.
Yes.
And recently energy prices, particularly petrol prices.
Maybe FX
maybe
stability.
But it is largely food prices. So if food prices are up, and like we've seen in recent times that food prices are not slowing, so it's still ticking higher. So that means that technically inflation will be be up in November, and that will be the 3rd consecutive rise after, like you said, it slowed in July and August. So now we have inflation at like 3.88%.
Yes.
And analysts are expecting it to surpass 34%.
34%, yes.
So, and in December, they're even looking at it to reach 35%. But actually, I think analysts expect that inflation will begin to take a back seat in the first quarter of 2025.
But that's largely due to base effects.
Base effects.
Not necessarily prices.
Yes, cooling down. Actually, that was why I said first quarter. So whatever happens in first quarter will determine what will happen in the second quarter and the rest of the year. But we are likely to see that inflation will begin to slow in the first quarter of the year, and that may even signal a rate cut from possibly
from January. But I would, in latest reports by FTC, they actually believe that the monetary policy will continue in its tightening streak.
Yeah.
And I actually think that we should continue like that, because imagine we had not been hiking rates. And this is happening at a time where everybody, like the US now, US last week, the inflation rose up to 2.7% from 2.6% in October. But nevertheless, it was within their targets. And because of that, they are likely to cut rates later this week.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
But inflation in Nigeria, just before we move on, is far above target. Because target is, according to the CBN governor, is 21%.
Yes.
This
and
year,
34.
Went to the 4% technically. So I don't think cutting will be their option. So moving on, the UK is also expected to release its inflation data. Inflation in the UK, in the United Kingdom, rose to 2.3%, and rising to 2.3% means that it is beyond the Bank of England. The target to anchor inflation to 2%. So as a result of the slowing of inflation in the UK between August, September, so they had to cut rate in November, and they cut the rate. The rate now stood at 4.75%. So which means that, and analysts are predicting that prices are going to rise, which may mean that the policymakers will have to hold rates steady in their forthcoming monetary policy meeting.
I think that 2.3% is very decent. It's very decent from where like the numbers they were doing in 2022. Yeah. They were very close to 10%. They were in the 9% region, and that is very high for the likes of UK and the US. And they fought very hard to
get there.
Inflation, but I guess theirs is less stubborn.
I think the recent rise in inflation is the sharpest in 2 years, according to the statistic agency. So we are likely to see prices go up, and if prices go up, like I said earlier, monetary authorities will have to hold rate steady.
Yeah. And also they'll be
just as they will be holding their monetary policy meeting on Thursday, December the 19th, where monetary authorities will be deciding, like we have said, whether to continue their hawkish stance or cut rate or even hold rate. But we're likely to see them hold rates.
That's fascinating, because but on Wednesday also, the US is going to be holding the US Fed is going to be holding its meeting on whether to hold rate or cut rate. But like I said earlier last week, their US inflation went increased from 2.6% to 2.7%.
Yeah.
Despite this increase, it is still as projected. It was exactly what was projected by Wall Street. And there are other inflations like core inflation, food inflation was very much within their targets. Yeah. And it shows that inflation is, although is growing, but at a very slow pace. So it has given them, and that was a major data that the Fed was looking out for to decide whether to cut or not to cut this week. So definitely analysts see the Fed cutting rates later this week by a quarter basis point. that's
25
basis points,
yeah.
and that would take the US inflation to about 4.25 to 4.50, and that would be really good news. At least the US is now moving from a very high inflationary and interest rate environment to a much cooler one, which is something they've always wanted, and which mainly also also had a part to take in their elections and who they voted for. Anyways, away from the international markets,
in Nigeria, like we all know, Nigeria is still reeling from high energy prices, ranging from the liquefied petroleum gas and diesel, which is known as automotive gas, then premium motor spirits, PMS.
Yes, petrol.
The prices are skyrocketing, and for petrol particularly, petrol prices have risen by 65% year to date, which means that Nigerians are paying almost times 3 of what they used to pay for petrol. Petrol prices now at the retail, at the gas station, at the filling station, it's about 1,030 naira, 1,050 naira at some areas. So, which means that people are paying more. And if you pay more, what does that imply? Transport costs will be high.
Exactly.
Input cost by businesses will be high. The cost at which they will be, servicing their machines and all of that, which uses petrol, will be high. And you see, these things have corollary effects on prices.
That's the main problem, because even we were talking about food prices earlier. One of the problems with food prices right now is transportation, because
like transport costs.
I can transport, because majority of our produce they are produced in the north, they are farmed in the north. Bringing them down
to
here,
Nigeria.
Bringing them down to the south, even distributing to other parts of the country, incurs so much cost.
Yes.
And
all of these costs are spread on these products,
on food items, and this has made food items skyrocket. Like, food is so expensive to buy now. Like, it's so expensive to eat.
Yes.
There's no cheap food.
In fact, people are, when you hear of food beyond the reach of the ordinary people, it was in the past.
It was in the past.
In fact, the working class, people who are supposedly, seen as being in the elite, are also struggling.
Everyone is in it.
I think it's not leaving anyone.
It's not leaving anyone
behind. It's leaving no stone unturned. So let's wrap up with what the Naira has been printing at lately, because we've seen the Naira have some very divergence move. In the positive.
Yes.
At the beginning of the week, ended last week negative. And so people have been saying, oh, this this B match, this Bloomberg B match is doing this, is the one making the exchange rate look seemingly stable. So what's your thought on this?
Last week when we were on the show, we were very happy that the Naira was finally gaining ground.
Of course.
And we still saw that early last week. On the official market, the Naira was very much gaining. I said Wednesday, Thursday was about 1,531. But on the black market, in the black market, the Naira went back to as high as 1,730 Naira, 50 Naira. Even reports even says that went as high as 1,780 Naira, which was very far from less than 1,600 it was the previous week. Now, there's so much transparency that the FX has brought, the matching system. We can see the volume, the supply, and the demand. So we can see how much the bank has. You can see this transparency in regards to liquidity. Like the Cardos has always said that there's supply of FX, but before the system, banks can claim to not have and then increase the price, and there's artificial scarcity.
Now there's
transparency and
there's efficiency.
There's efficiency, and we see it in the official market.
That's true.
But how do we bring this to the black markets? where that's where everyone likes to actually
High
deal.
speculators and
Because
all of that.
how do we curtail speculation in the black market? So the black market, and I keep wondering. Even last week I was asking myself, would the CBN have to bring back BDC sale where they sell like a particular amount, and they, in that case, they can control the rate at which it is sold.
The rate at which
But is that what we want to be doing? Like, the CBN will really have to look for a regulation that would curtail speculation
in the
black market too, and that is supposed to be a free market. So it might be an equivalent tax to do, but I think that'll be the way out.
Well, let's just hope that the Naira continues on a positive trajectory. And I think in one of your stories you said you mentioned that the Naira is expected to continue posting positivity to next year.
Yeah. So with the FMs, we actually expect that to continue to it would continue to be positive, appreciate till next year. And with the Europe on sale, where once the money enters the foreign exchange, and we've even seen the foreign reserve grow to numbers we've not seen in years.
40.2 billion.
Yes, numbers we've not seen
now.
since like COVID, and that's really good. Although the CBN has said that he doesn't want to defend the Naira, but at least there is
Reserves.
supply. Yes, there is the money to do these things. So we really hope this week that
the Naira will make us proud.
Continue to make us proud.
All right, that will be it for the economic week ahead today. For more insight on our stories, you can log on to our website at www.businessday.ng or visit all our social media platforms at businessday.ng. My name still remains Wasiu Ali.
And I am Eniola Olatunji.
See you again
next week.
Next week.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
My name is Gaëtan Debuchy, the CEO of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank.
So you won the Microfinance Bank of the Year award. How does it feel for Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank to be winning this award?
It's a big achievement for us, a great day for us. We are very happy to get this award. To be the best microfinance bank of the country is a milestone for all of us.
For the microfinance sector is quite interesting. You see that we have the banks, the fintechs, the microfinance bank. What do you think is something that Advanced Lafayette is doing differently from other microfinance banks?
You know, in Advanced Lafayette, we are making impacts. Each day we are making impacts. We give a loan to a business owner, deposits, health insurance. So our mission, the financial inclusion, our mission is to make impact for the population, the citizen.
What do you have to say to your customers who also have been part of the success of your bank?
Okay, first of all, we provide useful and impactful financial services like loan for business owner, deposit, health insurance. We have also all the channel to be accessible, USSD, mobile app, POS. Yes, this is what we do for our customer. In addition of that, we are customer-centric. It's very important for us to be customer-oriented, to take care of our customer. We are there all the time for our customer.
Any words for Business Day?
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for this award. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Correct.